Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, April the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Yes and yes. Thank you, guys. Well, only one thing to talk about right now, guys, and that's the SPY. So SPY was looking pretty good. Had a positive day yet, well, slightly positive yesterday. And pre-market, not too bad. And then the CPI numbers came out right at 8:30, and that just has thumped the market. I haven't seen a gap down like this for a while, guys. I mean, this is a big gap down. So again, the CPI numbers came out. Market, of course, didn't want to see a little bit of a rise in those numbers, even if they've remained about where the projection was. That might have been okay, but anyway, gone up a little bit. And of course, what the market doesn't want to see is that because then the Fed is going to say, I guess we're not going to be able to lower interest rates. So anyway, that is the market right now. Now let's see if we have any sort of a recovery, but this is a big gap down in the market this morning. So most of the things I was going to talk about, well, except for the ADIL, that is a classic alpha stock trading on its own, had some news, publication highlighting promising safety data and high patient compliance and a clinical study, et cetera, something to do with alcohol use disorder. So that is a massive move for this one. Hasn't been affected at all by the market. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 360, around 360. So another dollar to go until it hits that next high on the weekly chart. Not saying it's getting there, of course. I'm just looking at that weekly chart to see where it could go. WNW was a high flyer this morning, is given up probably at, no, not quite half, got up to 307 or 306, and it got down to 163. And this, I could not see any specific reason for it. China stock, couldn't see any specific reason for it. Now, before the market had this pullback, no, hardly a pullback, a shellacking, Roblox, RBLX was moving higher, but I think that got affected by the market. Yeah, you can see that. That's the 8:30. You're going to see a lot of candles that look like this. Excuse me, on the probably the larger cap stocks. You look at the 8:30 candle. A lot of them are going to be red, just like the SPY. But it is trying to recover. Had some news. Roblox hires ad tech player Pubmatic to help juice the sales, etc. So that was the news for Roblox this morning. RBLX. Had the market not done what it did, probably would have at least maintained its levels. FF. Now, this is before the market got hit anyway. FF, gapping down. Trying to see why. Trying to see if there's any, there is a dividend that maybe $2.50. Is that how much is down? Oh, that's why. So it's a dividend. Okay. Now here's one to keep an eye on. Excuse me, HXL. HXL. Again, this was moving down before the market was moving down, blowing right through that 200-day moving average. The new CEO has been appointed as of May the 1st. So that is, I mean, that's just 3 weeks away. I don't know if this, again, I don't know if this is suddenly or not, but anyway, new CEO coming in, and they're also, I think they're guiding poorly. They don't release earnings until well, I guess April 22nd. I think they might be guiding poorly, but I think the main deal is a new CEO coming in, and that is XH. It's H HXL. XL. Now, looking left, the next low looking left on the weekly chart anyway is around 63. So there's a little bit of maybe support. Now, if it takes that out, The next lows are right around the 59 level. So, it depends if it can see if 63 holds it. If it doesn't, then the next lows could be $4 underneath. Again, it's hard for me to I just don't know if this was planned or not. Well, if you got in with so Roy, morning Roy, AUUD, I do see this. Where do I see it? Right there, down 12%. So don't know what you mean exactly. You got in yesterday or you got in this morning? What you have to have a stop? All I can say is, did you have a stop? Put it last week. Well, did you have a stop? Where were we gonna get out if it wasn't working? I mean, if you bought it last week, I mean, at least you got it down low here. So you can't. I'm sorry, so last week, I mean, it got as high as 180, so you probably paid less than that. So, well, whether you're using trade ideas or anything else, Roy. Oh, you bought it 5. Okay, you bought it. Are we looking at the same stock? AUUD. I see the high last week was 199. So I'm not understanding. At any rate, when you get into anything, you have to have a stop. Whether you're using trade ideas or just money management, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the stock if it's not working. Well, the last time it was $5. Just the last time. I mean that's a long time ago, Roy. That's a long time ago. That's the week of well, a long time ago, February 19th. That's the last time that was up at $5 that I can see anyway. At any rate, I don't know what to say. You have to have a stop. SOUN. I saw this. Now again, this was gapping down before the market was gapping down. Whoops, let's put the right symbol in. They did a financing. They're doing a financing. So that is the reason why this one is moving down. I think it was 100 and pretty big one. Yeah, $150 million financing. So they're raising money. So market's not liking that. Yeah, so just know this, Roy. Every time you get into I know it's hard if you're just starting out trading. When you get into a trade, when you think you want to take a position in a stock, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working for you. And this is the whole idea of practicing, though, because you might say, "Well, how do I know what that price is?" Well, that's a great question, and that's why you've got to practice trading. Obviously, not every trade is going to work, so you have to have a price where you're getting out of it when it's not working for you. Well, guys, I might as well turn off my sound alerts. Everything is gapping down now. Um, Delta. Well, Delta. Let's take a look at Delta. Delta is an earnings play, DAL. So again, there's your 830 red candle. Red candle. Most stocks are going to be like this today. Not so much the low floaters, the ones that don't really care what the market's doing, but Delta is an earnings play and starting to fade. DAL. Just noticed here the high flyer of the last few days, DXYZ. DXYZ. No shorts available now at Interactive Brokers. They've all been snapped up and nobody's covering yet. Boy, this is again, guys, this is a big gap down. Haven't seen one like this for quite a while. See if oh, NA. Well, NA is still up 40%. Let's take a look at NA. It's probably hasn't given, yeah, it hasn't given really too much up. So NA, trying to see what news they had. Can't see any specific news for NA. It's a low float, other than, it's another China stock, low float. I don't see any specific news for NA. Oh, I've got something. I can't read my writing. Well, let's see. Take a look at ICCT. ICCT is still up 25%. And let's see, the pre-market high was up at 180, 140. Don't see any specific news for it. Just give me a moment, my guys. My headline news in IB is acting up. Yeah. Okay. Just give me a moment. Just reload it. Okay. So there's Nano Labs. Again, pretty low float. China stock, 17.5 million in the float. ADIL, still hanging tough though. No real big pullback. I don't believe it is shortable for me. No, right now, anyway, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So coming into the 200-day moving average, getting close, 284. Yeah, 284 is the 200-day moving average. Well, it's got to be done, guys. Let's take a look at the sectors. This is going to be pretty interesting as the market continues to move down. Let's take a look at the major sectors before the market opens. And this is going to be ugly, ugly, ugly. All right. So what? Wow, look at this. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Okay. Look at TAN though. So something's going on with Toller with solar. TAN is a solar stock or the solar ETF. This is up 4%. So something's going on with solar stocks, I guess. Anyway, but the rest. So XLE, the main ETF for energy sector. 91% down. What is or red? What does that mean? 91% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Now, we look at technology, virtually 100%, communications 100%, utilities, virtually everything is way, way off yesterday's close. It doesn't matter what sector. I mean, there's not even a glimmer of one sector. Sometimes you might see energy, but no. So everything, this is really ugly looking. Now, what you might want to look at is maybe CNC. 91% of the stocks that make up healthcare in the of XL in XLV, CNC is up for some reason. CNC is up, so definitely a counter trend. We received Meridian received some award in Michigan. So that PSMT, the other one, no, here's another one, PSMT. This is an earnings play, actually, PSMT. So this is, bucking the trend. PSMT is an earnings play. Big gap up on, wow, it's a pretty big gap up on earnings. This is a 15-minute chart. So you might want to pay attention to PSMT, and the financial side of it, GL. Problem is, I just don't know how many shares are trading. But there's GL. So what we're looking at here, we're just looking at stocks that are going counter to the sector trend. So anyway, TAN though. So let me get rid of this. So I don't know what was happening there because it seemed like TAN was up. That might have been from yesterday or something. Okay. Or maybe, no, I don't understand what was happening there. It looked like TAN was up as an ETF. So forget that. I saw that actually Run was down. Oh, that's the one I was couldn't read my writing. Run is down. They're doing a financing. So this happened at 8:30 also though. Run is doing a financing, $230 million financing for Sunrun. Now, maybe this will turn into my favorite day. My favorite day, meaning a big gap down and a recovery. Just haven't had one like that in a long time. Cannabis plays, well, there's CGC guys. Actually, in the pre-market, didn't look too bad, but again, there's the 8:30 candle. But it was, you know what? This was already drifting down before then, so we can't blame the stock or the market on this one. Well, Amit, tuna. This is in our YouTube room. Anything you see, if you can see my screen, these are high volume stocks. Okay. Now, if you're looking for the relative volume filter does not work in the pre-market, but these are high volume stocks. If you can see and you can get this from my homepage, pre-market actives up, and here are the pre-market actives down. But look at ADIL. I mean, it's traded at 25 million shares, 3.9 million in the float. So these are high volume stocks and relative too. Okay. So you can have this is one of the ones that I'm sharing. I'll go to my homepage. So if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and if you scroll down to the middle section, right here, my scan. So this is what you see right now. The pre-market actors up and down. Now, man, I'm getting tired of having to say this, but I have to keep saying this. This is a top list window. Okay, this is the pre-market actors up, the pre-market actors down. So this is a top list window. Any top list, if you have a top list window, but you're new, but anybody listening to me also, if you right click on a top list window and you do not see this option that says show tree map, you must download the latest beta. Okay. Otherwise, it'll look like Now, if you want it to look like this, that's fine. This is the grid format. I much prefer this presentation though. And so if you want it to look like this, if you want your top list windows to look like this, you will have to, when you click on my homepage link, go to the top here, look at the download, click on the download and download the latest beta. Okay. That will get you the presentation. Now you don't have to. If you like the grid format, that's fine. I just much prefer this. It's really just sort of, hammers me in the head all day long. Watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me. Okay. I don't often display this one, but this is my gap downs. These are my gap ups. Well, what do you see as the difference? What do you see as the difference, guys? These are the stocks gapping down in the pre-market. These are the lone ones gapping up, and some of these might not because these are early. And here's Roblox at 8:19 as as an example Eastern time. So there's a huge. I mean, my market's recovering a little bit, just a little bit. Let's see if we can get a green bar and maybe taking out 513 later. Yeah, Shady says there's nothing worse than looking at a stock that you've been in for, well, obviously you've been in for a couple of weeks now, a few weeks, and just watching it drift down, 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 down. Every day you look at it and it just, it can drive you crazy, affects your mental outlook. How to add multiple charts on one screen? You mean like I've got here 3 charts, Roy? Is that what you mean? Like I've got 3 charts that you can see here? Yeah, you just, if you click on new and chart window. So what you can do, so first of all, I just clicked on new chart window. Now what you can do is you can just simply duplicate it if you want. There's another one. Okay. It's a good way to, it's a probably the better way to do it because what you can do on one chart, you can put all the things that you want to see on every chart. So for instance, you probably want a volume, maybe you've got a moving average, maybe you've got something else that you want to have on every single chart. So you create your chart. You can do a couple of things also. You can right click and then save that chart as your default chart. So every time you open a new chart, you'll get all the indicators that you want. What I tend to do though is just have my default chart and then I just duplicate it, keep duplicating it, and you can have up to 10 charts with our standard service and 20 with our premium. What do I think of SUUN? I saw it here. Yeah. So the problem I had with it when I saw it, and then that big pullback. So what did it get up to? Got up to over 10, 1072, pulling all the way back down to 662. Started trading, I guess, as SUUN a couple of days ago. Not much more I can add. I mean, if it takes out yesterday's high, maybe it has a bit of a run. Volume is not bad actually for it, 281,000 now. So I guess if you're watching yesterday's high, then the high that was. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that was higher. Pre-market. So the pre-market, this got way up there. Okay. A couple of days ago, the actual high was around 750. And they did have some news. Solar Bank closes purchase of a 3.15 megawatt solar project, et cetera, et cetera. So there is some news today on it. That's what popped it. All right, guys, I want to get my layout loaded that I use for when the market opens. So I'm just going to close all my unpinned windows. Just waiting for everything to load. All right, guys. So there you've got the Adele, still very strong. Now, the only issue right now is you've got these three topping tails in a row now. Well, the buyers have been trying to lift this three times in a row. Sellers have been knocking it down a bit. Let's see if this green candle can hold. Okay, guys, I'm all set up now. I just wanted to. Now, the SPY's having a bit of a comeback here. Bit of a comeback. Maybe the lows have been put in. I would have, even if the market hadn't done what it did, William, I just don't have any faith in these airline stocks whatsoever, holding any gains. I mean, Delta had the earnings play. It is an earnings play. So what is it up now? Yeah, it's up like 63 cents now from yesterday's close. So it's barely positive. It's an earnings play. Released earnings, you can see the tan area on my 15-minute chart. Big reaction to earnings. It looked great. But now with the market starting to give it up, but my guess is that it may not have been as dramatic without the market help, but I would have been guessing that this would have faded anyway. All right, guys, now 928. So if you have our AI, okay, if you have our AI, this is what all I would do. First, I've got to, I wonder why it cuts it off up here. There you go. Okay, so if you have our AI, or part of our premium service, this is what I would do. I would click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, you notice we have three that start off with premium AI. Okay, pick the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. This is the window that you're going to see. You can see right off the bat, nothing's happening in it. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40. That's the earliest. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. How you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. And again, I would then incorporate this window as part of your layout. So tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, you don't have to go through the exercise of new and then premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, just incorporate it as part of your layout. Now, just wait for this to happen. Man, we've got less than a minute. Yes, we've got less than 30 seconds now for the market to open. Now, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, so Tim, we do have a symbol list that is just the S&P 500 stocks. You might have to give me a moment, okay? We do have a symbol list, though. because I'm going to be a little bit busy once this market opens. But here, I'll just very quickly, if you say left click on an alert window or a top list window, click on configure, and then click on symbol lists. Add existing list, add existing list. Now, you should somewhere there should be the SPY, S&P 500. You won't have as big a list like this if you've never done. There we are. Okay, S&P 500. Okay, just click on it, and then it'll add into this area here, and then you would say only the following list. Check it, and then that'll be attached to your top list window or to your alert window. Okay, however you want to monitor it. Okay, I know that's very quick, but I can go over it later if you didn't. I had to do it pretty quickly because the market's opening and want to check to see if anything is interesting. Well, there's always stuff interesting happening, but again, I don't trade in the first 15. I will make an exception from time to time. So Adil is still hanging in here, guys. Now, here's if you're in it, there's your level of potential concern. There's the 200-day moving average at 284, 284. So that's a potential area where it could stumble as in not, maybe prove to be at resistance. And I keep talking about these topping tails, guys. Now we've got 4 in a row. Now this is an early candle, of course. That's the opening 15-minute candle, the one that's red. But we've got 4 in a row now. Again, what does it mean? It means that the buyers were trying to move this higher, and every time the sellers close it lower, buyers try again, sellers knock it down, buyers try again, sellers knock it down. Eventually, one side is going to give up. So right now, I mean, the buyers are still, kind of in control, but eventually they may give up and say, you know what, you sellers can have it for a while. It's a constant. It doesn't matter really what stock. Some are more dramatic than others, but it's always a constant kind of battle between the buyers and sellers. Doesn't matter what stock you look at. Again, some are more dramatic than others, of course. When you get these huge topping tails or bottoming tails. But the SPY's having a bit of a recovery, guys. We had there's the 9:15 15-minute candle. Here's our opening candle. Can it remain green? I mean, it's just a sliver of green right now. So this one from yesterday. So here's one that's popping right now, guys. BSGM has had a big day yesterday, but look at this big topping tail. Got up to $3. It closed down here, almost cut in half. Okay, so it's trying again. BSGM. I remember. I don't know if I had some news yesterday, but low float, 8.6 million in the float, so a very low float, and it's halted. Yes, it is halted. So now let's see if I can maybe get into this one when it comes out of the halt. So this is what I will do sometimes. Okay, so here's the halt. You can't see the symbol name, but it is the BSGM. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is Interactive Brokers, time and sales. So you see the halt price. Here is the potential. This column here is showing the potential of when it could open. You can see right there. I mean, 216. No big change from the halt. So if This opens, maybe it pops a little bit above the 215, but then it comes down below 215, maybe, to $2, and then it pops through 215 again. That is when I may take the trade. Again, that is not a recommendation to do what I do, but that is where I may take the trade. But it would have to go down below that halt price of 215. Aha! Guess what's having a little move here now, guys? Is the DXYZ. Not a little move, but a $5 move. All right, GSM. Now, GSM, hmm, GSM, looking at the weekly chart, 544. The next high is 609. So a little bit of room to the next high in the weekly chart. Now, here's one that's just breaking over the whole number, guys. VTEX. But again, look left, 928. So to me, the next high is too close for me. All right, NA is coming back now. NA was dropping. NA was dropping. So the next high is 226 on the daily chart. For some, that might be enough. And again, understand when I talk about the next high, it doesn't mean it's getting there. I'm just showing you where a stock could stall. And if it's far enough away, then it becomes maybe a candidate to trade. Wow, look at DXYZ. Since I said just since I mentioned it, it just tacked on another $3. And the low float, yeah, IFBD. I did see this one. I saw this one down here. So IFBD, yeah, big. Now I've got to keep an eye on this BSGM. I don't want it to run away from me in case it does do what I want it to do. So BSGM, if it's a 5-minute halt, it got halted at 9:33. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:38 plus 44 seconds. Okay. Typically, so in about a minute from now, if it is a 5-minute halt, typically they are 5-minute halts. And again, here is the potential open. No big clue. Okay. I mean, it's halted at 215. This column here is, still stuck at 215. So I'm just going to wait on this one another 20 seconds or so if it's a 5-minute halt. Another 10 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. All right, guys, it is open. Okay. All right, guys. So it dipped below. I'm just checking it out to see if I want to take it. Want to see it's got to get back up to the halt price, which it may not. Halt price was what, 215? Well, let's see if I can get over two. Now this is taking a little too long, okay, guys? Typically, but I'll keep an eye on it. 215 is my key. But this is taking a little too long. Normally what happens when if I'm going to do this, it'll pop down below. If I do it, it'll pop down below the price. And then within, I don't know, 10 to 15 seconds, it gets back up to the price and then starts to move. So this it doesn't have that look. All right. Well, I'm going to forget about it. Well, what I'll do, I will put an alert, at around 212 just to see, but it's not fitting the same pattern that I like to see on a halt and then a resume. All right, SGH. I think is SGH. SGH is an earnings play, guys. SGH is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. So this came early on the 10-day daily breakdown at 939, 2160. A suggestion to short 2105. I got down to. Now let's see what happened with the IFBD. Did it do it? No, you see, it didn't do it either. I mean, it got halted at 510, and it just, typically, what we've noticed is that the first halt can be pretty good in that they usually have a run, but certainly not the first two anyway. Look at that DXYZ, guys. Oh man, what a trading vehicle, as they say. Okay, guys, let's take a look at IFBD. Did it come back at all? So this Nano Labs actually not too bad. The next high, see, it's got just. I mean, if it can take out these highs here, which it tried to. I mean, look left. The next high is way up here at 474. So just keep an eye on this Nano Labs NA. I'm going to stick an alert at around 230 and see if it takes it out later on. Because then look left and look at all the room it's got on this on that. Now it's a topping tail. I don't know how many shares are traded up here, but now then look at this. So that's why I don't like trading in the first 15. Exactly the reason. We're at 943 right now. You get these topping tails, you get lots and lots of volatility in the first 15. And that's why I just don't like the trade. I run the risk of having something just run on me right from the beginning and not slowing down. But too many times I've been whipped in and out of positions in the first 15. So I just tend to sort of sit on the sidelines for a while. I'm in no big rush. Reto, RETO. Seeing this one. Okay, nothing that exciting. Okay, I see Shady's SEO SEOUN rebounding off the financing. All right, guys, 15 minutes in the book. So let's take a look. I'm going to take a look now at, okay, the BSGM. I mean, it's getting maybe getting interesting. There was the halt at 215. Now, let's see. Now, the next high looking left is 280 on the weekly chart. Okay, now that's not including yesterday. Well, that actually probably 298 is the high of yesterday. So that's the attraction. Okay. So that is the attraction for the BSGM. Okay, the high of yesterday is so far away, and it start to fill in a little bit of this area. Meanwhile, crisp guys, crisp getting hit here. CR, wow, look at this CRSP getting just hammered down here. There's that 830 candle, that red candle. Okay, now maybe coming into a support area, maybe that 200-day moving average just underneath 60. All right, so here's the market, guys. So we did put in a modest green candle to start, but now this next one is red. If it takes out this low down here, look out. All right, let's take a look at WNW high flower in the pre-market. Let's see if it's pausing at all. So there's the VWAP at 203. So it's way below the VWAP. So this is not short sell, Ashish. SS means short sell, selling short. Mm, mhm. All right. Well, these BSGM, let me get rid of all these ones that triggered. All right, guys, getting interesting for me now. Okay. Okay, the BSGM. Come on, baby, have a pop. There we go. Little bit of a pop. All right, guys. Yeah, it's just a little too erratic for me. Wow, I'm out. I will continue to look at it, but it is just a little too erratic still for me. I've been watching that time and sale is going crazy. Just did made just a little bit. Nothing. I was hoping it would get back there. I keep into that 230 level right there. So again, it did get back to that 215. Took it just a little bit above that. Got very excited when I got to 237. Thought maybe, just maybe, it could keep going, but it just didn't want to. Not yet, anyway. Well, GSM now just showed up in the combo scan, guys. So the next high looking left on the daily is around 580. So there is room. You know what stock is moving, guys? I have this one thumbnailed. I have no idea what the volume is like, but let's take a look at MDIA. MDIA really putting on a move here. Okay, it is. There's yesterday's high. Let's see if it can take out. I was. I remember this one, of course. I was waiting all day yesterday for it to really take out five, which it didn't do. So I reset my price alert up in that area. Why? Because looking left after that, there's a high of almost up to seven. I'm not in the GSM, guys. Man, the RVMD. Take a look at RVMD on the run here. RVMD. This is okay. I thought I'm looking for the lifetime range. So 55%. So RVMD guys having a great day. Counter to the market after Raymond James upgraded them from a strong buy to a strong buy from an outperform. So that's an analyst rating. I don't know if they put a price alert or a price target on it. But right now, the market's trying to make up its mind. Okay, let's see if this is going to turn big red, small red, little green, big green. This is the 9:45 15-minute candle. Well, MDIA guys takes out five in a big way. This could get rocking. Waited all day yesterday for this to happen several times, and it just didn't do it. You can see on the 15-minute chart, it was right around that five level. It's a low float, 4 million in the float. Wow, 498, 498, five on the bid ask, 499, five. Well, okay, guys, at five now. Will it hold? Will this time? Will it hold this time? Love to see like a 510 bid. Okay. Well, we'll see, guys. Got to watch it very closely. Still, I'm in it, but I not loving it. Mm. Oh man. Yeah, I took a loss on this one, guys. Yeah, I this has to be put on my do not trade. Luckily, I did not go big size or anything like that. The minute as it was drifting down to five, I escaped just underneath five. Still too erratic for me, anyway. Give me a moment, guys, as I pour the last bit of my coffee. It was funny, I was trying to get it at 511, and and it moved down to 505, and that's where I got my fill. I wasn't happy, but then it got up to 515, 517. I thought, okay, maybe now. Anyway, this is it's tough trader, very tough trader. So there's NA. Let's take a look at NA now. Hey, NA. Now NA's got the room. NA's got the room. When you look left, 474, man, 475 is the next high looking left, not including, the highs of today and in the pre-market. But I got out of it manually, Alex. Remember what I always say, if you're in a low float stock, you cannot, I mean, I've got my finger on that submit button, either on the buy side or the sell side, it's right on it. Even the NA, I mean, the NA's got these topping tails now too. I don't know, I'm looking for something that, sort of, it doesn't have to be a rocket ship, green candle after green candle after green candle, but just something that has something that's more steady than rather than having these big spikes, big sell-offs, big spikes, big sell-offs. All right. Meanwhile, interested in the NA, but as to get back up to that 230 level, it's all, and the only reason I'm interested in any of these most of the time is when I look left and there's all sorts of room before a stock can hit that next high, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart. And so NA, so it's a China stock, and it's not crazy low. It's 17.48 million in the float. So it's not a crazy low float, but certainly a low float. Not sure why I had a price alert there, but Ring up. Excuse me. All right, guys. ICCT. I saw this one in the pre-market. Keeping an eye on this NA. It gets back up to that 230 level again. Um, ICCT. Oh man, ugly. Very, very ugly. Sorry, guys, to expose you to this. Very ugly on the 15-minute chart. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Horrible on the daily also. Sorry. It just happened, it's here. So I had to click on it just to see. I did see Reto earlier, RETO. Yeah, I mean, 188. That's what I was saying. If you think 188, it does have room for sure, on a percentage basis. Even if you told me you could go from 152 to 188, of course. Now, this is a very low float, very, very low float. Now, our provider has it at 644,000 shares, which of course is really, really low. What I'm going to do though is check another source. Okay. I always like to check another source when I see something that ridiculously low, just to see what the other provider that yeah. So they've got 3.6 million. Okay. Still very low, but not 644,000. So pass this on to our development guys. It's called Dilution Tracker. Mike, let me I grab you the link. Okay. I think they're pretty reliable. Still very difficult, to get a handle on floats. These low floaters when they've done multiple reverse splits. Yeah, look at the NA, ugly, ugly now. So glad I'm not in it. All right. Well, I shouldn't be doing this, but I am sort of watching MDIA. I do have a thumbnail on my one of my other monitors. So look at the NA. Gave it right back up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say really now on the IFBD. I mean, it's very extended. Again, look at the float. Again, I'm going to check. I think that float is incorrect, but let me just do a check. Got to be so careful with a float. If that is correct, 845,000. I think I've looked this one up before, and it's a little bit more. Nope, actually, this is correct. So that is the float, guys. So I just got to be awfully careful if you take something like this. Look at the If I back the daily chart out, whoops, let's take a look to see where the next high is. Looks like it's getting right into, between here and six. Looks like there's a fair amount of resistance. If you look at the weekly chart, the next high is 580. So 580, it's at 575. If it can get through that, 680. So yeah, I mean, if it can get through at 580, the next high on the weekly chart, certainly it's got room, but you just got to be really, really, really careful. That is the true float. Just want to see if there has any news. I don't see any news for this one, IFBD. And as usual, not shortable. I mean, these really, really low float ones, but usually that's a godsend. Not having shorts available for some of the. Actually, I'm wrong. I can't believe it. 91,000 available at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short this, but I'm sort of stunned that there are shorts available with that float. All right, guys. Well, look how ugly that MDIA is, right around that five level. One day it may just pop right through it again, but man. Well, I mean, the IFBD, this is, yeah, a monster now. It's just problem is you're chasing it, it's too much of a chase for me anyway. But I mean, this just may keep going. What did I say? The next high on the weekly chart was 680. I mean, I don't see any news on it. Some group somewhere has got a hold of this, obviously, and just running it. Well, let's see if it can hold over six. Well, I would never revenge trade. It would have to set up. I know you're kidding, but it would have to set up, properly for me to get back in it. It wouldn't be a revenge trade like that. No news. Can anybody find any news on this IFBD? I cannot see any news on it. Not that there has to be. The news really is the float, 845,000 shares in the float. Meanwhile, guys, well, you know what? The market is putting in, these bottoming tails here on the 15-minute chart. The sellers try, but the buyers close it, trying to close it higher. So we're definitely in mini recovery mode. I know this is under a dollar. I know some of you are trading this MRIN. I don't trade stocks under a dollar. That does not mean you shouldn't, if you want to, of course. I just don't. That's just a personal preference. Nothing under a dollar for me. Ugh, NA just got ugly. Well, I'm glad I waited. I waited for that 2:30. Excuse me, the 2:30 break didn't happen again. I guess at the IFBD, that was the one just to pile into and close your eyes and pile into it. Well, remember this day, guys. I do remember this day when it got up to $55. Of course, it closed at 10. But that's what traders are kind of looking at now. Nobody, I don't think anybody's thinking it's going to get back up here, but cloud-based software as a service, SaaS, pretty old company actually, founded in 2001. No, I just think, well, look, it's out of China. Could be some group somewhere decided, you know what? Let's do it today with IFBD. Well, let's take a look at it on the 10-day daily breakout. There was your alert, 9:51 Eastern time, 5:32. We're at 6:90 now. Zoos, Z. I didn't even see this one was halted. This is an no, I don't know if it's an IPO or a symbol name change, or see if I can find out. No, it's a business combination. So this was a SPAC that turned into ZOOZ, Zoos. Oh, for sure. I mean, Sagar in our YouTube room saying, of course, IFBD could just utterly collapse. Especially, I mean, it's got a much lower float than MDIA. So how did GSM end up doing? Yeah, not much. I mean, no big trend. RVMD, let's take a look at RVMD. Again, pop, but no big trend. All right, let's take a look at ADIL. Okay, it's had the pullback. Now, pull back to what? Let's see if it's pulled back to any sort of a interesting level. So there's the VWAP for ADIL at 227. Okay, 227. So it's a little bit below the VWAP. If it reclaims the VWAP, actually that's actually at 205, probably too low. I will put an alert in the VWAP area to see if it can get back up there, but Peter, looking at VTSI. Okay, let's take a look at VTSI. No, no, no. The volume okay. Can you not see, Peter? It says volume, and right next to it says 95,000 shares. Okay, volume 90, and this is nothing you have to add. This is just in every single stock window. This volume today is just telling you that it's only trading, approximately 14.2% of what it normally does. That number right there, that volume right there, though, that's your volume. Okay. Okay, Peter, you get that? If you click on any alert, the volume is right there. Right above the relative volume, there's the volume automatically put there. Okay. All right. Now, what sort of a pullback was that for IFBD? IFBD. $6 is the VWAP, guys. So what did it do? A little bit above the VWAP, a little bit that it got down to. It got down to 619. Just one moment, please. I mean, this is kind of interesting. I mean, it's a little too late for me now, though. But again, if you're a VWAP player, you just have to some of these ones that just rip early on in the day, check to see where the VWAP is and see if the VWAP holds it. In this particular case, the VWAP, I mean, this is still extremely volatile, but the VWAP is appearing to hold it. Don't do this to me, MDIA. You are now over 5 again. Here's what I'm going to do. If I can get it high enough over 5 that it might stay there. Nope. That looks like ADIL is done, guys. NA, it looks like it's done. Well, for a while anyway. NA is done. Some of the flyers just not holding on to their gains at all. All right, guys, it is now 10:21. So this time I will first link I'm going to put in. Oh, good, it was saved. I don't have shorts for ADIL at Interactive Brokers. All right, so what I put in here is the test drive plus contest link. Okay, you click on it, and this is what you're going to see. So we are combining. We those of you who are familiar with what we've had usually about 3 times a year now, a test drive in which you can try our program out. It looks like for about 10 trading days. Let me just scroll down a little bit. Test drive begins on April 19th. Okay, full day April 19th, full day April 29th. So it runs from the 19th to the 29th, and both of those are full days. Okay, it'll cost you $7.77. So if you ever thought about trying trade ideas out to see what it's all about, this is a great opportunity to do it. It only costs you $7.77. But again, listen really closely, carefully. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. Okay, you will not get data until the 19th. Okay, you're not getting data until the 19th. So what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Now, in addition to the test drive, we're also running a contest, and that starts on the 23rd and runs to the 25th inclusive. This is a stock picking contest. Whoever has made the most money at the end of those 3 days wins a $2,400 Amazon gift card. Okay, so you've got You've got the test drive and you've got the contest. It's the first time we've done like the test drive and the contest concurrently. Okay. And, when you click, you'll see the rules for the test drive. I'll just go over some of them. First of all, stocks have to be over $1. You have to trade at least 10 different stocks over the 3 day period. You can only trade one stock 3 times over the course of a day. In other words, round trips, as we call, you can buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, and then that'll be it for that stock. The reason being is that what happens is, of course, is that these savvy traders we've got out there, they just concentrate on one stock all day and just keep trading it all day long. So this will force you to do something like a little more realistic. Anyway, yeah, but the bottom line really is that you'll have access to the program for 10 trading days, basically. Okay, in addition to the contest. Now, I should say this also. If you have a Mac, however, I was told yesterday, it looks like we will have the simulator will be available even if you have a Mac, okay? Because in the past, you've had to been able to use our downloadable application using a PC or maybe using Parallels or some emulation program on the Mac in order to take part in the contest because you needed to have this program that we call Brokerage Plus. But as I understand it from yesterday, we will have, I guess I'm going to call it be a Brokerage Plus Lite, which will allow you to buy and sell on a Mac or on a tablet. Okay. So that's the contest. If you have any questions, you can ask away. Next, my home page. Well, Shady, why don't you take part in the contest this time? If you think it's a lame rule. You haven't been in the contest, I don't think. So, why do you care whether it's a lame rule? And I think it's a good rule. You're talking about the 3 day, only three round trips. I think it's a good rule personally. But anyway, doesn't really matter what I think. That's what the company's doing. Will TI be Mac friendly? No. I mean, if you're asking, will there be an application for what we're trying to do? The developers, they're constantly trying to get the web-based version as close to the downloadable application as possible. Okay. So on my homepage, give me a moment. So on my homepage, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to find. So as always, I have to start off with this. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that I won't have to do this once this test drive starts. But you can see this is a top list window that you see here. This is called the relative strength leaders from the close. Okay, that's a top list window. And typically, this is what a top list window looks like. Okay, grid format. If you want it displayed like this, right click on it. And if you have the option that says show tree map, great. And you click on it, fine. If you do not have that option, if you want the display to look like this, then you must go up to the download section. Okay, scroll up to the top here, click on download, and then download the latest beta. It's fine. Don't worry. It's a beta, yes, but don't worry about it. And then you'll have that option that you can right click on a top list window and then have that option that says show tree map. Okay. Now, if you don't care, then don't do it. I just much prefer this presentation. But to each his own. If you'd rather have it like this, fine. So that takes care of that. I'm just hoping. I can't believe that it won't when especially for new people. They want to download the latest the production version, and this should be in the production version by the time the test drive starts. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. The first one, download and install for startup and login. Introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. Okay. Obviously, this is a software program. There's a learning curve. What we've tried to do here is sort of encapsulate all of the important aspects of trade ideas in very short videos. Okay. If you're new to trading 101, this is a free series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas has put together, about 38 videos. I think they're great if you are new to trading. It's all free. Trade of the week is free. If you sign up for it, you'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the big education section. Here's our user guide. Again, it's a software program. There's a lot in the user guide. Of course, you don't have to learn everything. You're getting started front and center. More information, more detailed information, what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find a little more about stock racing. I love using price alerts. Now, people ask questions. Well, how do I put a sound alert? How do I create a watch list? How do I do this? How do I do that? If you go to our guide, more than likely, especially something, like a symbol list or a watch list, more than likely it'll have its own section. Okay. So you can always, I don't mind helping, showing people on the screen, but you should also know that a lot of this is in the guide because you should always have a reference. You may forget what I'm saying. You might want to put a price alert on a chart today, and then you want to do it tomorrow and you forget what I've said. Well, price alerts right there. Okay. Down here, daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. Typically, that will be Jamie's day. So I will confirm that before I do take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So before I show you the scans that I'm currently sharing, here's all I ask. If at some point in time you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This is a free room. Using my promo code, the room gets credit. And by getting credit, the company sees, okay, the idea of having a free room and displaying what I do all day long appears to be working in terms of getting, the odd subscription here and there. So that's all I ask. If you're going to take out a subscription, just use my promo code, okay? Whether it's today, tomorrow, next month, next week, next year, okay? That's all I ask. Now, if you have a subscription, of course, you might want to take a look at my scans. So this is the middle section right here, my scans. These are the ones that I'm currently sharing. What I use in the pre-market actors up and down. These are two top lists, and the display looks like this, okay? With the symbols front and center, excuse me, as opposed to grid format. There is the halts resumes over here. It can be a really interesting one to pay attention to all day long. There it is, halts resumes. This one, I don't have it. I can give this to you, the relative strength from the leaders. I can give it to you. I don't have it on my homepage yet. I'm waiting for it to be in the production version. But if you want it, I can give it to you, okay? And the combo scan is something I really like to pay attention to. Don't get too many alerts. I only have the one alert today so far, okay? But I have other scans that I am sharing, so you can take a look at them, and I'll show you how you can take a look at them, or show you what they're trying to do. So for demonstration purposes, I will use the momentum scan, which is on my homepage, okay? So what Trade Ideas is really good at is real-time alerting. Real-time alerting. Of course, we can screen for stocks and all that, but the big use of Trade Ideas, real-time alerting. So let me explain what that means. So right here, if I right-click on this scan and click on Configure, and then click on Summary. So this is the screening aspect. There are a lot of screening programs out there, but we are excellent at real-time alerting. So this is the whole idea behind this scan. If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive, so approximately 10:30 Eastern time. Volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5, it's 400% of normal, okay? This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume has really increased. So if all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time this happened, the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was Toon, TOON at 10:30 plus 57 seconds, and the price was 168. Since then, because the time is right now 10:34, about 4 minutes ago, no stock has met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. There we go. NB just did it. Okay. So we're getting real-time alerts, real-time alerts. Every time NB made a new high, you can see 389, 390, 91. That is what we are really, really good at, real-time alerting. So if you like this scan, you can have it, you can, of course, take it as it is. But if you want to make some changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe, you want to have a price range between 10 and 50, whatever you want to do, you can, of course, make some changes. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. Now, again, don't get hung up on how many of these real-time alerts that we've got and the filters that I'll show you. The two most popular, the new high and the new low of the day. Two most popular by far. But we have a lot of other ones. Okay, a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I scroll down and I see these icons, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners. Do not get hung up on how many we've got. You do not have to learn them all. If you're sitting there thinking, man, this program is way too hard for me. I'm going to have to learn all these terms, filters, and real time alerts. You don't have to. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, then they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers, with all the different trading styles that are out there, could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Personally, I just use the new high and the new low. That's all. Doesn't mean all these other ones are bad. It just means that for my personal trading style, all I care about is seeing stocks making new highs or new lows of the day, and with very few filters. I want to have a price range that I like, a minimum volume, probably a minimum relative volume, just a handful, and that's it. I don't know what 99% of these I have never used. Doesn't mean they're bad though. It just means they don't fit my trading style. Okay. So again, just don't get hung up on thinking you have to learn them all. The problem is shady, and I don't want to get into it. I mean, you don't like it, you don't like it, fine. But the problem is that we have people who would trade the same stock 100 times a day. Okay, and that's just not probably realistic. I mean, they're using so, but if you don't like it, that's fine. That's fine. If I don't think you've ever traded a stock 100 times a day. Okay, so, but I don't want to get into it. You don't like it, that's fine. But I also notice that you don't enter into the contest. So why do you really care? And you're right there. And there's Oliver. I mean, Oliver who won. It just gets you anyway. I don't want to get into it. If you don't like it, that's fine. You have your opinion. But I also find it strange. You don't even enter into the contest. So why? Yeah, but why? Anyway, so let's take a look now. Thanks, William. NEOV. What's my opinion of NEOV? Well, again, I look left. I just see a lot of potential resistance areas. So I'm not. Yesterday's high was 248. So I mean, look, if it went from 216 to 248, that'd be great. The high of the day was 236. You can see it kind of stalled at yesterday's high. Um, High relative volume, 32. So it's certainly the old, but you can see right here, right? 324,000 shares is traded. That is 32 times normal. You can see this stock just does not trade that much. For that relative volume to be that high on that low of volume, it just doesn't trade that much. So, and the 212 is the 200-day moving average. You're right. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, if I guess if it can hold it. Oh, I see. I see. It's actually not on Neo. It's on the Holy Grail. Okay, the old one. I see. I see now why you're even looking at it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's anything is possible. Yeah, he's had a just a sort of a nothing day so far. So, guys, this one, the audio I, great day yesterday. Didn't pull back. Well, did pull back quite a bit, I guess. It got as high as 1286, pulled back down to 1214. Above yesterday's high, though, over the whole number. It's a 2-year high. It is a 2-year high. But again, the volume is so light. Volume is so light. Okay, Bob S. So the question is in our YouTuber, why do the AI trades disappear from the screen? That's because if you check out the filter here, you've probably got something checked. Maybe you've only got profitable trades checked or something like that. And I don't like that. I like to see them all day long, just because it may pull back to a level I like. I don't trade the AI. I mean, the AI is not something I trade every day. I have a very select process of taking a look. So some just don't fit my trading style. But to answer your question, just uncheck whatever is checked there. Okay. So you notice there's nothing checked. So the filter should say none, and then you'll see them all day long. Okay. All right. Well, no, no, no. Again, look at it. Look at it. The MDIA pops up to 522, comes right back down. Do you have this? Is this your display? The strategy trades all. I don't know how you're following the AI. Okay, so this is how I follow it. If I click on new and then the middle one here, premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, there are three that start off with premium AI. The middle one, that's how I follow it. Okay, and so this is what it looks like. I mean, if you have nothing checked, eh, I have no explanation then why you're not seeing the three of them. Okay, well, against my better judgment, I'm back in it. And you're right. If it gets anywhere close to say 504, I'm out again. Out again. A very strange one. Basically flat on it, guys. I mean, it got in just over the five, and I mean, it's only a whole number. I mean, it's just a number, but these psychological numbers, I think, five can be sometimes a very tough one to break, but not like this. Okay, guys, here is an IPO that just showed up, MNDR. You can see it right there. It's out of Singapore. Let me take a look at it. 2.3 million shares between 4 and 5. Okay, keep an eye on this one. At least it's above the IPO price. It was priced at $4 a share. Okay, priced at $4 a share, so it's above it, and it got halted. So this one. could get a little bit of could have some excitement on this one today. Very few shares issued. It's above the IPO price. It's halted. It's out of Singapore and highly risky. Okay, I mean, not for everybody, of course, but we haven't seen a lot of the IPOs, not the big ones, but some of the cheap IPOs have not popped above the IPO price on the initial day. So this is the first time we've seen one like this in a while. Now we got to wait out the halt. All right, guys. Well, at least the spread is only a penny now for the MDIA, but all right, guys. Well, let's see. MNDR, where could it open? So this is what I'm talking about. Okay, look at the potential open. Okay, there's MNDR. There's the halt. There's the symbol at 527. The potential open 564. Okay, 564. So the same thing will hold true. If somehow, for me, if it opens, even if it pops up and then it comes back down underneath 527 and then it moves above 527, I may take the trade. Okay. I will not chase it though. I'm not going to chase this. If it opens at 580, it's not like I'm taking it there, but we'll have to see what happens once it opens. Now, if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll be at 1050 plus 20 seconds. Now, sometimes these ones that are brand new IPOs, sometimes the halts are longer. I'm not even gonna I see MDIA, yay. Well, if you stuck it out, I just couldn't do it. I just didn't, did not like it, but now it's doing what I think most of us were hoping it would do. Right on, Poe. I'm glad somebody did it, and you, Oliver, also. Maybe, I don't know if you just said worth watching. I don't know if you took it. All right, guys, what time is it now? 10:50. So in about 25 seconds, if this is a 5 minute halt, if it's a 5 minute halt, look, there's wow, look at this potential open now, guys, 590. But you see, nothing written in stone. I mean, this will change all the way up to when it opens. And if it opens in 5 seconds, that'll be the 5 minute halt. Let's see if this opens at, well, this is not going to be a 5 minute halt. Now, if you were in this one, probably not too many will be in this one. But you would have wanted it to open, after 5 minutes. The reason being is that if it's now going to be a 10-minute halt, a lot can happen here. This is start to drift back down. But anyway, looks like it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. Yeah, the ADIL is, well, it's curling around this 2 level. But again, look at the VWAP 224. So I mean that could stall it. I have the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. That could stall it. And you can sort of see also on the ADIL, you see how the volume is really tailed off. I mean, it's still great volume. That's 101. That looks like right there. That is 18.1 million shares or one. Can't tell. I can't see what the decimal is, but I mean the volume is good, but the volume is tapered off. Now, understand this is super risky. If I do it, probably it's not gonna happen. But Prague, but on the MDR, on the MNDR, so you see what's happened. You see now why it would have been much better opening at after 5 minutes. You see how this price is now starting to drift down a little bit. So all I said was this: is that if somehow it doesn't look like it's going to though, okay, but if somehow it opened just maybe a little bit above that 527 and then came back down through 527 and that got above 527 again. That is sometimes when I will take something out of a halt. Just give me a moment, please. Sure about that. Okay. So yeah, so that's in general, that's how I will try to trade something that comes out of a halt. Okay. Oh my goodness. Look at this stinking rotten MDIA. Look at it, guys. Unbelievable. I'm not in it, of course, but hopefully, Poe, anybody else who took this, you did not wander away from your computer thinking, all right, I guess it's over 5 now. It'll stay there. Look at this. And it's halted on the way down. Gosh, man. One of the more difficult traders I've seen in the last little while. Seriously. Anyway, let's take a look at the MNDR now. Look, again, going to be there it is. So what happened? Wow. Well, look at that. Look at that. 640 now. So even though it was drifting down a little bit, it opened at 640. Oh man. It looks like it's going to get halted again. Yeah, it just got wow, it's got halted again. See why I love these one? I mean, I just couldn't get in it because it opened so quickly. It opened and halted immediately, and then it popped like this and halted immediately. Can't get in it. I mean, I could have got in this, yes, but I'm not going to chase it. Had I known it was going to, get up to this price, of course, but Anyway, guys, so there you have it, 640 now, and halted, and in the right-hand column, we see 685. Yep. In about an hour, I'll be taking my break. I'm just pinging Jamie to see. I usually he listens to me the day of, but see, make sure that he's going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about an hour from now when I do take my break. All right, I see Shady's TQQ, which is shorting the market basically is working, and now the market is now putting it. I mean, it was a nice run, guys. Really, one, two, three, four, five, six, about an hour and a half of reasonable recovery. But now we're putting in this red bar. Not knowing, I'm sure, pretty sure Shady's going to say one is just buying one's the inverse. So you would short SOXL, I guess, if you thought the market was going down, or you could buy. Yeah. So if maybe some accounts you can't short, I guess. So you could buy this, okay, and that's the same as if you shorted the other one, if that makes sense. Okay. Market's going down, you can buy this. See how it says it's a bear. So you buy this as opposed to shorting the other one. So well, this is three times. Let's take a look at the other one. See if it's three times also. Yeah. So they're both. So if one moved up 4.5%, the other one would be down 4.5%. Okay. Does that make sense? Go to zero, MDIA. I'm going to take this off my thumbnail charts. So bullish bear, did that make sense? So again, just look at the percentage here. SOXL, okay, 4.36%, right? SOXS, approximately the same, 4%. So you would buy if you thought the market was going down, but you don't want to short. Maybe you can't short. Well, why would you want to short socks? You would why would you want to short socks though? If you thought the market was going higher, then you would buy the other one. Unless there's a huge price difference. I don't know, but even then, I mean, remember the percentages are going to be the same. Yeah, well, I guess, one's $43, yeah, but the percentage moves are going to be the same. Ooh, lost sight of this one, guys. Do I want to take this one? HXL. So this is the one in which the CEO is retiring, quote unquote, retiring in June 1. Now, I don't know if this was planned. Okay. And now there's a new CEO. I'm sorry, May 1. So we're only talking, 3 weeks from now. So I don't know if this was planned or not. Market's reacting like it wasn't, but I mean, I don't know. I'd have to really read the press release. Yeah, you're right. Everybody's coming out with their intel, of course. Big news from them yesterday. I read something about Apple. Yeah. All right. Yes, Jamie will be in our YouTube room when I take my break. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. I made a mistake in an order entry. Trying to get out of this position. Ah, the VA supplier. Interesting. Come on. Give me a moment, guys. I made an error in an input. I was wanting to short something and it went long. It's actually working, but I'm trying to get out of the position. Okay, it was the HXL. I was trying to short it and I accidentally went long. It actually worked out, yeah, okay for me. I'm out of it though. Always scary. I couldn't figure out why was my P&L positive when it was moving higher. Because remember, I thought I shorted it. All right. No, and listen, it hasn't always worked that way. That's why, I mean, you've got to pay a lot of attention when you're trading. I have a bit of an excuse because I am tugged in a few directions, but still. So Shady, why is that? What is the rationale behind that to short an ETF versus going long the inverse? What is the rationale behind that? I'm just curious. When they're both the same in terms of the three, those ones anyway are both three times. Yeah, I'm just curious. Why do you think that? Whoa, look at Galt, guys. Galectin, Galt, Galectin. This has been on a tremendous run. This is a 6 day. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, the 6 day. 245 6 days ago. $4 now. Yeah, I mean, this is a great one, guys. So there are some other ones coming up. Okay, I do have them. Let's just see if I can find some of them. Some of them meaning some IPOs out of either China or Singapore. But this one certainly is a great one. I mean, remember IPO price at 4, so we're at 789 now, or 781. Potential open at 836. So what I want to do, I want to find out some of the other ones. I have some thumbnailed. I want to see if I have them down here. So here is one. It just hasn't opened. There's a China one, GLE, YMA. I mean, these could have been a long time ago. Yeah, like 929. That's last year. Some of these just did not even open. You know what I'm going to do is check, and this is what you can do also check an IPO calendar. Good exercise to go through. We get a question a lot of times is, do you have an IPO scan in other words, do you scan from IP for IPOs? The answer is no, but I think this is a far better way to do it. Anyway, requires a little bit of work, but then you'll be prepared. So here, first of all, let me put this in. This is the IPO calendar that I use. I mean, there are others out there, I guess, but this is the one I've been using for a long time. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so you can see this one opened. Okay, MNDR, it did open today. Let's take a look at the calendar itself. Okay, because this is going to tell us what is upcoming. So now I don't really, I mean, listen, we've had some excellent larger IPOs, obviously, but I really love these real cheap ones. But you can see right there, there's the MNDR, 2.3 million, four. So this one, West Park Capital, the same sort of thing, 2 million, four. But where is it out of? And the answer is China. Okay. So this is what I do. I know it's China now, and that could get very interesting, just like the Singapore one did. So CDTG, this is what I do. I'll type CDTG, and obviously it's not trading yet. Okay, it's not trading yet. So what you do is you right click, create a price alert, put one. We know it's going to when it starts to trade, if it starts to trade this week, it's going to trade over one. And then what I like to do though, instead of my having to figure out, well, how many shares were issued, what was the IPO price, where is it out of, I put that in the notes section. So I'm prepared. That's why I knew that the MNDR was very few number of shares. I saw the IPO price and it was Singapore. That becomes, to me anyway, very interesting. So now what I'll do is I'll put 2 million. Uh, Now it's trapped behind. Okay. Well, I'm going to put, I think it was what, $4 and China. If it isn't, I'll just do an edit. Okay. So when it starts to trade, if it starts to trade this week, yeah, $4. It says between 4 and 5, okay? So when it starts to trade, if it starts to trade, it says the week of, that could be next week, or no, I'm sorry, week of February. Well, it could be the 14th or the 12th or the 11th. It could be tomorrow. They're not written in stone, okay? But I'll be prepared. If it starts to trade, I'll know the structure. Now, I do this for all of them, of course. I'm not as in now, here's another crazy one. I'm almost guarantee this is, well, maybe not. Any symbol that's haha, imagine that. So 1,000,000, 5. Let's see where it's out of. Yeah, another China stock. I kind of thought so. So do it. All I have to do is just put haha down here, type it in, right click, create the price alert, $1. The notes, I know it's China. This is super low, 1,000,000 shares. I'm going to put between 5 and 7 and then China. Okay. So again, if it starts to trade, next week, it's the week of the 15th. I'll know about it, okay? It's not the alert, it's the price alert, okay? Yeah, it's a price alert. So you can do it yourselves, okay, guys? I mean, this is an exercise that you can do, say, on the weekend. Take a look at the calendar, and you can do them all, not just the crazy low floaters. You can do them all. So that, if you're like the Reddit was a classic one a couple of weeks ago. Even though it was a lot more expensive and more shares issued. I certainly wanted to know when it was going to start trading. Well, no, I mean you can't. I mean, look at the MNPR. You could not get into it. I just want to know when it starts to trade, Prague. Okay, it's not that I take the trade immediately. I just want to know when it starts to trade, and then I'll see how it's setting up. Did it trade like this one? Did it go over did it get over the IPO price? Yes. Now it becomes interesting to me. Now I have to try to figure out a way to trade it. In this particular case, unfortunately, it gapped so much so quickly, it got halted immediately, and then when it opened, it got halted immediately. So it was very difficult to get into it. They're not all like that though. Oh, I mean, so no, it's not. I don't take it just the second I get the alert. No, no. And again, this is not for everybody. Okay. So again, you go to your price alert windows. Okay, and for the CDTG, but you can do the work on your own. Okay, I think it's more important. I showed you how you can do it. I put the calendar in there, the IPO scoop calendar. Okay, and just click on it. And here it is. You click on the calendar itself, IPO calendar, and there it is. Okay, CDTG, 2,000,000 between 4 and 5, and it's China. And just put that all into the note section in your price alerts. Create, type the symbol into the chart, create a price alert, put the price alert at 1 because we know when it starts to trade, it'll be over $1. And then in the note section, you can put these things in here, 2,000,000, 4 to $5, and it's China. Okay? So how to create a price alert? You just go to a chart. So if I wanted to create a price alert, well, first of all, click on new, and here's your price. You can open up your price alerts window. It appears you've never done one, so just open up your price alerts window. Okay. When you do that, this is what my price alerts window looks like. Okay. And so all you do, and I'll explain why I minimize it. So all you do is, if I want to put a price alert for MNDR, you know, I don't know, 750. So if I can eyeball it well enough, you see how I'm moving my pointer and there's a dotted line following. So if I just right click, create the price alert. If I want it to be at 752, or I could type it in. And typically I don't in intraday price alerts, I don't put notes. You can if you want, but I don't. And then you just save it. And there's a blue line that'll appear on the chart. Okay. And if it hits that price, that blue line will turn green. If you've never done one before, you'll see it immediately. You'll see it right at the very top. I can scroll down and I see it down here. It's the last one I did. Okay. So that's just the price alerts window. I use it all the time. What I do is minimize it. I minimize it because if and when the price alert hits, triggers, this window will pop up on my screen. So I cannot miss it. And there's no real point in having it taking up screen space anyway. What difference does it make to see these? Just minimize it, and then if it happens, it'll pop up on your screen. So double I, double N, IINN on the move here, guys. Again, it's a very choppy. Look at this 15-minute chart, very choppy, but it appears the next high looking left though is pretty close, 250, 249. So it's pretty close to that high. I guess I had earnings a couple of days ago. Ugh. I should have held on to my accidental HXL long. So let me get one to trigger just to show everybody what I'm talking about, how it will pop up on the screen. So I'll put a price alert, just a little bit above the current price right there. And then I'll put it just a little bit below there. See how it pops up on the screen? You can't miss it. Sort, you have a trigger time column. I sort on the trigger time column so that the last alert will appear right at the very top. I cannot miss it. I also put a sound alert on it using, if you know how to put a sound alert on your alert windows, it's exactly the same way of doing it. And the reason I do that is that, I can sometimes I'll wander away from my computer. I have a wireless headset. So when I hear any sound alert, I come racing back and I check to see which window it generated from. And that's the whole idea of sound alerts. You put a different sound alert on your different window. So, when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Don't tell me Poe took a bounce on it. Good for you, Poe. Yes, yes, it is triggering in the double scanner. Yeah, the combo scanner, double scanner. Yeah, right here. It's 2101, 2078 now. And of course, this is also an AI alert, alerted at a lot earlier, 9:51, 21:42. Not bad now. The 3% move. The other two just really did nothing. And I think SGH is yeah, it's an earnings play also. So SGH is an earnings play. And now underneath the next low is 2035. So we have definitely have some room here. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. I had to have something to eat. So, Wave is so ugly, also. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, look at these two huge topping tails on the 15-minute chart. I mean, just really, really difficult to trade. Now, Paul, I'm glad you were able to do something with it. Reminds me of that other miserable one, MDIA, sort of. Whew. All right, guys, 11:26. So in about half an hour, I will be taking my break. Jamie has confirmed that he'll be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Well, guys, I'm waiting on this SGH. I mean, I did, excuse me, I did not get in where the AI got in. I got in just underneath this 21, 2095. And I'm just waiting to see if it can just give it up in a bigger way. 2094, sorry. MNDR. So now here is where, believe it or not, ideally, ideally, this is what would happen. There's the high of the day, 820, and I think it's going to probably pop right through that. Unfortunately, for what I would hope for is that there's the high of the day, and it would just kind of do nothing for several hours, and then later on in the afternoon takes out the high of the day, and that sometimes that gets a lot of traders interested. And that's why I wanted to put, well, actually, that price alert is wrong. Oh, there it is up here. There's the blue line. Okay. Problem is that it's halted. Well, when I saw this line over here, it looked like it was above 820. But anyway, we'll see what happens. SGH. I'm not having a great day, guys. Not a, I mean, everything is manageable, but just a lot of choppiness for me. You know what? The ones that aren't choppy right now are the high flyers, and they're just kind of giving it up, like ADIL, the NA. Well, those two, I've got them thumbnailed. They're just giving it up. Unfortunately, just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. At least I don't think so. No. And what was the other one? The NA. No. So both of those not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So what's the market doing? So after the big CPI, well, the CPI number came out at 8:30, caused the market to really get hammered down. We had an hour and a half of recovery, and now we're just kind of in this area. Well, that got me out. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, so that it's not us right back down. So I'm out of the SG. Oh, you're right. There are some guys talking today, aren't there? So we had a guy talk at 8:45. Bowman's talked at 8:45. Um, we have Goolsby. I love that name. Goolsby is talking at 12:45. We have the 10-year note auction, $39 billion at 1 o'clock. We have the minutes at 2. We have the minutes at 2. I don't think that's that right. We've got the FOMC minutes today, really. Just the minutes though. No press release. No, sorry, no, press conference at 2:30. But we have 12 at 12:45, we've got, some guy talking. Goolsbee is talking, one of the, presidents, Fed presidents, so he's talking. Alright, let's see what happened with the MNDR, guys. MNDR. Well, there's the high of the day right there. 820 is the high of the day. Whoa! Now this well, okay, I had a price alert set underneath, so but now wow, this is now it's set underneath again. But look how look how choppy this is. Again, it is not for everybody, okay? Not even for me right now. Oh, God. You see the spread, guys? Oh, man, okay. Well, put another, price alert at the high of the day and see if it takes that out again. Now it's halted on the way down, I believe. It's going to get halted on the maybe not? What do these guys do? What does MNDR do? Just out of curiosity. Rhetorical question. I'm going to check. No, okay, so telehealth solutions in, Singapore. Okay, so telehealth? Alright. Yeah, I'm not giving up on the SGH, actually. There's room underneath for this to keep running down a bit, so I'm not giving up on it, if I can ever load it. We'll probably have to take out these 2 lows right there, which is about not that far away, 2077. because when you look left, there is room down to about 2032. So, 50 cents away or so. Not bad. All right. Well, see Shady's in the wave right back up. Good luck, guys. Anybody in this? Shady and all. Anybody is in this one. Again, be careful. It's funny because it's not a crazy low float, 20 million in the float. So it's not one of those crazy, crazy low float. I mean, it's low, but it's not like it's a million or 2 million or less than a million. Well, let's see, where could it go? Okay. Where could it go? Let's take a look at it on a monthly chart. Ugh, MNDR just made another new high here. Wow. Let me take a look at it on a monthly chart. And the answer, okay, SGH. Okay. Not happening now. Okay, so what was I looking at it? Oh, the wave. I wanted to see where the next high was on the monthly chart. Okay, SGH. Ah, got a bad feel. Okay, sorry guys. WAV. I want to see wave. I want to see where it is on the monthly chart. So the next high is up around here, around 484. So what did it get to? This is actually an earnings bite today, April 1st. Oh, that's on the monthly. Sorry. I thought this was a daily chart. That yellow line would have indicated today would have been its earnings, but here it was. But the high is 479, and what did it get to? 450. Wow. I mean, these are good luck. Look at it. I mean, look at the pullbacks now on this. I mean, the volume is great. I mean, the volume is increasing, increasing. The buyers, but the sellers are relentless. They're just saying, knocking it down. Okay, SGH. Now, when we looked at it, remember, it has probably some support or could have some support right here on that daily chart, 2031, still far enough away, in my opinion. And every time I hear the grunt, 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 that's my sound alert in my that's my sound alert for the breakdowns. ENTX, guys, ENTX. Let's take a look at this one. This is showing up in the momentum scan. ENTX. Let me get back to a weekly chart. Yeah, I can't even see it on the weekly in terms of where the next high is. So I have to go back to that monthly chart. And the next high in the monthly anyway is around 3. So yeah, there's some really awful looking ones, guys. I mean, the wave just, I mean, yeah, if you got in at the right time, I guess, and scalped it out. But I mean, look at these huge topping tails. I mean, the buyers have it up here, the sellers knock it down. Buyers try again, sellers knock it down. Buyers tried this time, it looked pretty good. And the seller said, nope. They just kept knocking it down. I don't no, I don't know how many shorts are available. I have none at Interactive Brokers for Wave. I can't bel This is from Mountain Monkey in our YouTube room. I can't believe that the US does not have access to the Mag 7 leverage shares. Not even sure I know what that means. So the Magnificent 7, I get that, but, leverage shares, well, I don't know. Oh, the 5 times. Oh, 5 times, okay. You're right, I recall hearing about the 5 times, ETF, but well, who has access? What country does? I'm doing well, yeah, Thomas, hope you too. The UK, okay. The UK, okay. Well, I'm assuming it'll come to the States, but I guess in the UK. So that's somebody in our YouTube room saying that, they're available in the UK, but not in the United States of America. 5 times, well, bon chance. I do recall Michael Noss talking about it, several weeks ago, how they're gonna be introduced, but wasn't sure when, and all right, GCTS. So you said, whoa, look at this. Yeah, look at this. So you said there were shorts available. There were perhaps for me earlier at Interactive Brokers, perhaps. So got halted on the way up. Of course, this is the one that AI, NVIDIA, and one other started trading as GCTS back here on March the 27th. Huge first day, even not a bad second day until it sold off. But I mean, it did get up to 48. Well, I guess it's the same as the PDT rules that we don't have in Canada, but you guys still have in the States, protecting somehow protecting you guys. To be honest, I've never understood why you guys do it and we don't, or vice versa, in terms of the PDT, because we're usually very conservative up here, banking and all that. But we never had the PDT rule, and I haven't even heard anybody say that it should be instituted in Canada. All right, guys, 11:47. So Jamie, it'll be in our YouTube room in about a little over 10 minutes when I take my break. What doesn't appear in your ticker search? The five timers? Talking about Mountain Monkey in our YouTube room. Okay. All right, guys. Well, it's SGH. I mean, it's working minor in a minor fashion for me. I wish it weren't. I wish it would just drop. Okay, just drop. Keep dropping. Well, why don't I do this? Play the little, excuse me, inducement down game. Put a price alert at 2051. Put one at 2054, and see if I can. Excuse me. See if I can induce it downwards. Hey, look at that. That's how it works, guys. That's all you have to do. Just put price alerts where you want the stock to go, and that's how great a program we've got. And there's a pause, and of course, I'm just kidding. Okay. In case somebody's thinking, "My gosh, if that's all you have to do? Put a price alert where you want the stock to go, and it'll happen using trade ideas." That'd be awesome. Okay, well, there's another one right down here around 2051. Let's see if it takes that out. Getting closer and closer, though, guys. Yeah, see how it works? Yeah, I mean, I joke, but I mean, it's amazing how many times it does happen. I'm just yeah, I'm just putting more and more in. Now, I'm probably yeah. I've just covered some. Okay, just in case. I mean, there's the low looking left, 2032. It may stall there. It may not. I may just go pile right through that. But this is now turned into look at this. Well, pretty good AI alert now, guys. Almost 5% from the original. I think that would probably get people subscribing. Yes, if we could say all you have to do to get a stock to go the way you want it to go is just put a price alert. But you guys have seen me do this many, many times, and it's amazing how many times. I mean, when I say it works, I mean nothing. It's just an incredible coincidence. That's all. But right, Jamie. Jamie will be taking over for me in about a little over, a little less than 10 minutes. So what I'm going to do now is put the announcement in as I take my break, and I'll be here until Jamie takes over for me in our user room. Okay, so again, Jamie's not there yet, but the other thing I want to do is put the YouTube link in into the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Jamie for his 1 hour. Well, I've got one more price alert right down here for the SGH. And that is right. Well, look at this, the 2034. Let's just see if this holds it. Okay. 2034. That is the next low looking left. It's at 2034 right now. It did briefly get down to 2031. Let's just see if that holds it. If that doesn't hold it, the next low is 2010. You would think, though, 20 is going to be really tough for it to get through if it does pop through this 2032 area. Just again, psychological. And look what's happening. It's okay, guys. I'm out of most now. Okay, I'm out most of it. I'll hold on just to a little bit, just in case it does take out that low. But I'm out most of it now of the SGH. But that definitely has made my day. CMCM. Let's take a look at CMCM. Cheetah Mobile. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see it quite a bit. The next high looking left is around 650 or so on the monthly chart. But let's take a look at the weekly. See if there's anything closer than that. No, you can't see it. Let me back this out a bit. What month was this? So this is back. This is September of 2022. So a year and a half ago. Used to see this one a lot. Another China stock. The buy signals. Give me a ticker, Jack. The previous stock, which one was that? Was that which one was that? Oh, SGH. Okay. Yeah. So what happens is if you hover over it, it'll tell you what happened. Okay. You have to hover over it. Hi, Jamie. Just give me a moment.
Sure.
It tells you there's your entry, there's your exit. Actually took a loss on it. Okay. It's just telling you that the AI bought this. Okay. There was a suggestion to buy here, also here. But if you hover over, you'll see exactly what happened. If it had been a suggestion to short, you would have seen a sell. Okay. Make sense? It's just that these two were buys, a suggestion to buy. Okay, guys, Jamie is in our YouTube room right now. So I will put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can officially welcome the man himself. James, how are you?
Hey, Barry, what's going on? Let me grab the screen real quick here.
All
Okay,
right.
I got it. Well, you're right. I was listening to you earlier and I heard you commenting about the choppiness, and boy, I second that motion.
Well, MDIA has just been a rotten one for me in 2 days, but luckily, but there were other choppy ones too. But luckily, the AI alert SGH is worked out okay for me. I didn't get in when the AI got in, but I did get in a little under where it showed up in my combo scan. So that
Yeah,
worked out
beautiful
okay.
thing. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
And there was plenty of
yeah,
time to take advantage of that signal,
absolutely,
after,
absolutely.
hmm
Absolutely. So, yeah, on a day in which it's been very choppy. I mean, this wasn't super easy. I mean, there were some little jogs up that got me a little nervous, but it at least not like. Look at Wave, Jamie. Look at Wave, WAVE. I mean, look how ugly.
Oof,
Look at
yeah.
these
hmm
popping tails. The
hmm
buyers are pushing it up, and the sellers keep knocking it down. And but they definitely the MDIA was the absolute worst. I mean, not only did it finally sort of take out that $5 level and look like it was going to run, and then it just drops and then gets halted all the way on the way down. I mean, it's
What's our
just
float on that? Oh, 4 million. Yeah.
yeah. But I've seen other
Sure.
stocks like that don't quite react like that. But anyway, my friend, I will. Hey, were you able to see the eclipse yesterday in your neck of the woods?
Well, it
Woods,
was
or two
actually
days
2
ago?
days ago.
Yeah. Okay.
But yes, I actually did some recording with my solar lens on my camera.
Oh.
Always like to geek out a little bit when it comes, but
Was that the one you posted in our Slack thread?
correct.
Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful. That's a beautiful picture, Jamie.
Well, thank you, thank you.
Really.
What the funny thing is, it's actually a video, but
Ah, okay. You just.
if you play it, you'll hear the birds were just going nuts
All
because
right.
they thought it was time to go to bed, and they all sing before they, retire for the evening.
Exactly.
So yeah, it was weird. It was a little anticlimactic. I think the one we had not too long ago was a little bit more entertaining, but
Hmm.
what are you going to do? You only have to wait, I think, another 45 or 50 years for that
I
same
may
one.
not be around. I
Yeah,
don't know. I mean, unless they have some real super longevity drug that's going to be discovered by Elon tomorrow, I
absolutely.
may not be around.
Yeah, yeah. Odds are, Barry, and we know about statistical odds. Yeah,
Exactly.
if I'm around in 50 years, well, something's wrong.
Or
Or
incredibly
something's
right.
good. I don't know.
Okay,
You tell me.
incredibly right. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Jamie, I'll take myself off this discussion right now, so you guys can get
Okay,
back
we'll see you when you get back.
to stocks. Okay, bye bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Hi. Give me 1 second here. But yes, continuing the conversation about the volatility today, things that aren't normally that volatile or very volatile today. A lot of these banking stocks. Um, which European bank was it? Not Deutsche Bank, but what's the other one? And I am drawing a blank here. one of the European banks did a bunch of bad stuff and are saying they're, hosed, but we hear that all the time. It doesn't necessarily reflect into the price action. All right, let me see what do we got here. Hello, Kay. The question is, what could be the high for MNDR? Well, is this a new issue today? Yeah, so this is a new issue, I guess, or you never can tell these days if it's a new issue or a some kind of weird reverse split or something like that. But it looks like it's a public offering down here. $9 million public offering, pretty small. What was the question again? What could be the high? Well, seeing as how we only have 1 day of data, your guess is as good as mine. Now, the actual high is 879. And since there's nothing to reference, on the daily, well, we just don't know. We know what the low is, 479, and we know the high is 879. As to what the high might be, well, unless we get up there and pop that high, we don't know. Same way with the low. Um, so since we have nothing to reference, you know, there's really no way of knowing that at this point. Okay. All right. Ashish, Barry mentioned that opening range breakout channel is all yours. Well, I can't say the opening range breakout channel is all mine because, what we call a ORB. Let me see here. Opening range breakout channel. Yeah, this is one of the newer channels that we added. Now, if it's mine, I didn't know it, but let's take a look because I know that these are new channels that were just added back in. So let me get a different doc channel bar here, and we'll take a peek. And I did hit a couple of ORBs today, opening range breaks. They went up a little bit and kind of folded back over. I thought I was going to get lucky on the FF for a while there, but it ran out of oomph. I'm just checking out the windows here. Okay, so we got up from opening range and moving. Well, let me look at the top list here and see what we got going on. Position and range. So minimum 77 percentile. It's got to be up from the open, but it's got to be down from the close. Okay. So looking for stocks that are gapping down, that are up, that are in the upper, whatever, approximately 75% of the range in anticipation of a range break. Seeing as how this is all a filter set, and we don't have any alerts in there because it's the top list, because there are no alerts in the top list. So I can see the logic behind there. But if we look down here, more than likely, what you're going to see is the opening range break alerts, right? Now, depending on what you like to see, I mean, if we're playing a 5-minute opening range break and you're even watching 1-minute candles, I mean, you're going to get 5 candles, right? Which can show that range. And if it's tight enough and you're comfortable enough with the risk, sure, go ahead and engage. Um, Today, I took a couple from the 60-minute opening range break. One was this one, FF, down huge because of some kind of massive dividend, I do believe. It was like a $2 and something dividend. I mean, whatever the gap is here, that was the dividend, I think. So yeah, it gapped down. You can see the range break right here. Let me just drop a line there. So there's the break right there. Very low risk, right? Got to pop up to 582, but then it just, this is typical sometimes on a range break when they don't get that oomph. This little area right here that was short-term supply on the intraday now becomes support. So it's going to meander for the rest of the day. If it gets weak, pops back below that level, or it may just go sideways and maybe take another run, um, you know, at the high there. These guys were giving me flack the other day, and it seems like they're doing it again. I don't know why. Maybe I'm too compressed or something, but that's a little annoying. It just won't open the panel. All right, and that's not what I wanted, but thank you very much. So, Ashish, that's what's going on here. We got predictive, hey, this one might break its range. So if we would have gotten this one right here, when it was bouncing around below here, that was a really nice one right there. Now keep in mind this is a 58-cent stock, but hey, you buy it at 58, 59 cents and you get a run up to 80 something cents. Not too bad. A lot of people shy away from these, but the pattern is the pattern. So looks like this one would have put you in touch with orgs today. What about Kooky? Kooky, not so bad. These are 15-minute candles. Today's opening oh, that one ran up. That one just ran up quickly, so not really a whole lot of time to react on that one. So yeah, between this top list and this opening range break window, we're going to get some good things. Now, this one, yes, it was a range break as we went up here and topped out at these levels and set a new high. Not the type of range break that I look for, all right? Buyers in control for sure, a little pullback, and it's just too loosey-goosey and spread out here. Whereas what was that one we just saw? Org? Uh, well, that one just disappeared off the list here. Where'd it go? Well, I guess it lost all the filter requirements. But the one I thought it was org, but something similar to that. That was a pretty one. Now, what was the other one I took a stab at today? Let me find it over here. Yeah, NCMI, I thought it was going to get up and boogie, and it did. It just petered out and rolled back over, so non-event there. A little bit of cash, but not much. Otherwise, I didn't see a whole lot of good ones this morning as far as the opening range breaks go. But just, if you have any more specific questions, Ashish, on opening range breaks, this channel is pretty simple. So you can have this channel pulled up in a dock, or if you wanted to fold these two windows into your layout, you can always extract them by right-clicking and saying duplicate that into a free-floating window. And you can do what you want with it. You can put it back into another container, add it to your free-floating layout, and save it, and you're good to go. Same way with this window down here. Just right-click, pop it out into a free-floating, or just use the channel as is. Orgs. That was the one I was talking about. See, orgs was very pretty. Okay. It didn't just take off and run off the open. We did have a little bit of green in the opening 15 minutes, but that's good because that lets you know the buyers are around. And as soon as we peck through that little level right there, about 58, 59 cents, could have taken it anywhere in that candle, paid 59 cents. Low over the prior 15-minute in this case would have been about a 4-cent risk at 55, 56 cents. So a nice clean range break there for ORGS. Not exactly a super low floater, but 28 million shares in the float. When the volume comes in, you're going to get some reaction. All right, 7-7. NR7, I guess it does not include any candles in the pre-market, especially if you qualify on percent from open slash etc. I do believe that is correct. If you're not getting any alerts in the pre-market, I've never really even explored that. Let's see here. I tell you what, let me plug this in real quick, just so I don't have to keep going back and forth. Now, I've got filters in here. So if any of the filters aren't going to be met, then we're not going to see anything pre-market. All right, well, we don't have far to go here. So, okay, so more is not available, telling me that, the first in our 7, because we have to have some candles develop, um, came out 7 minutes into the open there. And I'm guessing if I eliminated all the filter set, we're going to see pretty much the same thing. Just looking at the raw alerts. Make sure I'm on all. And then if we look at history again, we're probably going to, well, I don't know. It sure shrunk up a lot. I'm just getting way too many hits now. But just to clarify, we'll just do a little tester, assuming I can remember. Okay, and if we want to see before 8:30, notice the window is blank, no filters, just the alerts and nada. Okay, Mountain Monkey, what do I think of Pub M? Well, let us take a gander. All right, well, it's definitely had a nice run here lately, since what, all the way back to or excuse me, not September, February, had this breakout 1724, enjoyed a nice run. But today, obviously, they're coming under a little selling, but let's just check out the daily here. Is that high? 23. So we're going to have to go way back. All right. Here's that capitulation high, or that what appears to be the blow off. So let's go back just a little bit further. All right. So now we're looking at weekly. Just for giggles here, I'm going to anchor to this high candle on the weekly. See if that shows us anything. Is that even anchor? Okay. Anchored to the high. Notice the anchored VWAP that is now being presented to us, right? So it's had a nice run from, this level here. And look what's looming right up here. So if I had to speculate, all right, and let's say, these are weekly candles, obviously. Trying to expand my chart. There we go. So if we stay in this little range right here for a little while, get a little sideways movement, then it might gather the energy to go up here and attack this level. And if it does manage to get through there, well, we've got a couple of areas of interest here in the form of this level back here, coinciding with, the anchored VWAP looming on the horizon from the previous high. So, if I had to take a stab at it, little sideways action, and then it's going to decide, does it want to revisit this level or does it want to have a nice close above here and maybe go test that anchored VWAP, which is going to coincide with this area of congestion back here. So that's about all I got on Pub M, Mr. Monkey. And Peter, to your question, do I agree with Michael? We are stuck in a range trading. Well, that would seem to be the case. All right. Here's the SPY weekly. Look at this very, bullish run that we've had ever since October of last year. I mean, I'm not going to bother to count them up, but not many down weeks in there. One, two, three, but all all on the upside. So look what we're doing right now. We're pulling right back to the 10 period on the weekly, on the daily. Excuse me, on the weekly, the 10 period right here. So hopefully that's going to be a catch. It's going to coincide, when and if we get there to the low end of this range, right, on the weekly. It is a higher range, right? But, things will pull back. This is a hell of a run right here. So it's only normal to see, a little digestion as we pull back here. And we can just see it a little bit more granular here. You know, this level is going to coincide. You know, I mean, it's just anything's possible at these levels, right? Lots of chopping around here. You got the bottoming wick from yesterday and the close above the 10 period. Everybody's like, hey, things are looking good. That was a good sign of strength yesterday. But then we had what was it? The CPI came out, allegedly hot today. You got the Fed people up there flapping around. So strong close yesterday. And then we got this action today. So, yep, I wouldn't really be concerned for the downside unless we really have a nasty close today. And then, look how just choppy it is over here. So yes, I do agree, Peter. That's what we got going here. Choppy range. And you're welcome, Ashish. Hey, John, just getting to your question. Which window were you referencing? Was it back from the opening range break channel, or is it one of the windows that you see here? And while I'm waiting on that, Kareem just joined late. What is the channel name, please? Um, I think you might be referring to the channel that we were looking at earlier. Let me pull it back up here. The channel we were looking at earlier was this one over here, the opening range break channel. So we've got a race coming up down here, which is the same as this tree map up here. Just giving you a visual representation of the ones that are moving the most currently. Right now, not a lot going on. This can be very enlightening, so to speak, illuminating, turning you on to stocks that might make the big move. When we're watching a race, I typically like to pay attention in the first 15 minutes to give me a heads up of, okay, if these things set up, then they might have some really explosive potential, but the pattern's got to be conducive, right? At the same time, we're going to be seeing this displaying the same information, just in the tree map form. And this one can produce some interesting results. In MHI, not too bad from today. Rallied basically as a 15. Yeah, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect 1 hour opening range break here. Had to sit a little bit of a wiggle, but would not have stopped us out because if this was the entry candle here, Then once we punch that high around a buck oh 08, buck 9, buck 10, even buck 11 at the top of that candle would not have been a bad price to assess risk. We're on 15-minute candles here. We just take the low down here. So a buck oh 03, entry at a buck 10. That was a 7-cent risk, which is, at the top yielded about maybe a 24-cent maximum, right? So buck 10, 7, you know, 24, about a 3R, 3 times risk. Not saying you're going to get out at the top, but there was plenty of time to make an exit on NMHI. Clearly definable risk down here at the low of the prior 15-minute candle before the breakout. All right, let me scroll down here. So Kareem, hopefully that's the channel you were talking about. And it's really easy just to spawn a new dock channel bar like so. Then all you have to do is come over here and click on any of the channels that you want to see, and you'll have those in a separate container. Okay, old McDonald, what do I use for market breadth, so to speak? Well, I like to use, you know, the closest thing for market breadth that I would say I implement is my compare count window, right? Now, this one has been running since the open, and it's looking at any stock that has a market cap above 4 billion and is doing at least 3 times normal on the 1 minute volume, which most things are doing that on the open. But after the first 15 minutes, I'm looking at stocks with a market cap of 4 billion hitting highs versus stocks of a market cap hitting lows with that 4 billion market cap. And this gives me a bias to pay it to either ignore or to pay attention to. Now, when I say ignore or pay attention to, I typically don't give credence to any one direction unless the count is at least 55% or higher in that direction. So, in other words, if I saw 57% bullish, then I might have in the back of my mind, the whole market might be going up today. The SPY might be going up. Does it look conducive on the chart? Yes. And if I start to see things that solidify that opinion, well, then I know that my bias should be to the upside or flip everything I just said around and apply it to the downside. Now, let me check out because I record the count every day. And this is what it looked like after the first 15 minutes today. I've also got, tree map down here to show me the sectors that are, down the most here. But look at the count. It was bullish, but it was only 51% versus 49. And you know what that usually tells me? Anything's going to be possible. There's going to be some good short plays, there's going to be some good long plays, but as far as follow through goes, not a whole lot of follow through. Let's just get back to this is the 15-minute here for the SPY. And look at the chop we've been in, right? Oh, we're going to go set highs. Now we're going to come back down here. So chop, chop, chop. Anytime I see the count like that, any, 51, 49, sometimes it's 50, 50. But usually what that tells me is it's anybody's game. And, this morning, that's exactly how things played out. There was a flurry of activity and then everything just kind of went to sleep. And then we've got the Fed boys, we had the economic data, then we got the Fed boys jabbering away today. And that always kind of, well, sometimes it adds some good volatility, sometimes it does not. We'll see what their ramblings yield today. So I hope that kind of resonates with you, McDonald. And that is correct. 7-7. If you're watching the 5 minutes, you need some candles to form the pattern. Yep, Shaw, I concur with that. Everybody who's anybody that I, keep in touch with is reiterating the same thing. And, it's real. It brings up an interesting point because on a day where you start off kind of struggling, it's real easy to fall victim to FOMO, fear of missing out. You're like, oh, I've been having a good week, and uh, why wouldn't I make money today? And before you know it, if you don't maintain your cool, right? That's part of trading is when the market's not conducive, we have to cool the jets, right? Because no one is entitled. I don't care how long you've been doing this. I say this to myself all the time. Okay, it's been a good string on a nice winning streak, but don't get cocky because the market owes you nothing. The market doesn't care about your goals. It's just there to do its thing, and it's our job to react accordingly. And today reminded me of that, so I just had to tell myself, okay, take it easy. It's nothing personal. It's part of the game. It looks like a 5 trade on TSAL and 3 on Amazon. Don't know exactly what a 5 trade is. Maybe you're referencing risk. I don't know. Take a look. Now, is that a symbol? 5 trade on TSAL. Maybe I'm not understanding the question there, Shaw. Feel free to elaborate. But yeah, heck of an opening candle on Amazon. All right, Nathaniel, do I have any large and mid cap short idea scans you recommend taking a look at? Oh, and John, to your comment there, I couldn't see the channel I'm currently on. This is a modified version. It's kind of hard to see up here in the left-hand corner, explosive winners. So you can see right there, that's the one that's currently on. So if you go to explosive winners, you'll pretty much get this layout unless I've changed something and forgotten about it. Okay, and you're welcome, Mountain Monkey. So back to what you were asking there, Nathaniel. Large and mid cap short idea scans. Well, what is your definition of mid cap? What would your market cap minimum requirement be if you were going to build or attempt to build a scan? Just so I'll kind of have something to work with here. And while you're thinking about that, I'm just going to spawn the alert window and we'll start it from scratch. And then we'll add it over here. Ah, it got me. Hold on. We'll just duplicate this guy in here, but I want to move it. Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. Wouldn't low liquid stocks take longer than 15 minutes to give accurate reading? Well, it's all about whether or not they're hitting highs or lows, old McDonald. And it's really about the low and high ticks. But I do have a market cap in there of 4 billion. And typically, can't say always, typically with that type of market cap, they're going to be pretty liquid most of the time. MDY, okay. Let's see what MDY's market cap is. Well, this is the ETF, right? So I'm not sure what this is comprised of. But the market cap of MDY is 33 billion. So if we came in here and we just said, okay, let's just make it a minimum of 30 billion, right? We could easily do that just by putting 30 and a capital B. Now, if they're 30 billion, the question is, do you even want to worry about minimum maximum price, or you just want to see everything that comes through? And while you're thinking about that, to make sure they're doing some volume, we're going to say, okay, relative volume needs to be at least 2. So this thing's in play. There's some volume going through it. And just let me know, Nathaniel, are we talking minimum maximum price here at all? And then the topic was short swings, right? Because then we have to figure out the alert. So, an intraday low might be a good place to start. So unless you want to pick something different, let me know. And we'll just use new low as the catalyst to begin with. Ah, okay. So okay. Large and mid cap. Okay. So I tell you what, why don't we just change that to 10 billion, right? You can always tone it down. And what I'm going to do here, once we get this up and running, we're going to do a little back testing because that's what the back tester's for, especially, you know, the ability to back test for multi-day hold. All right, so let's just start off with this. And how about we'll just put a minimum of 10 bucks and a maximum of, I don't know, 150. And if you want me to change any of these things, just let me know. All the exchanges, including BATS, the whole market, 10 150, relative volume of 2, 10 billion on the market cap, new low is the alert. All right, so I believe your hold time, you were saying maybe a week, maybe 2 tops. So 5 trading days, 10 trading days would be 2 weeks. We could just say, okay, we're going to back test this thing and see how it would hold up over a 10-day hold period. So all we do is right click, get the old odds maker up here. And most of the time, right, especially if you're waiting for swing setups, one very popular method is a lot of people that I know that swing trade, they make their entries for swing trades at the end of the market. Now, of course, this is completely up to you guys, but we can kind of figure out what might be the more conducive time by, you guessed it, doing some back testing. So right now, all we're going to do is sit out the first 30 minutes and then see what happens for the rest of the day. Then we'll be able to go back in there through optimization and see, well, is it more conducive to put them on later or earlier in the day? Now, as far as the timed exit, we have to go to the, let's see, and let's just, tomorrow plus 9 days would be approximately 10 days. And we're not even going to worry about stop losses or profit targets yet. We just want to see what's out there. And we'll backtest 40 days, which is approximately 2 months on the calendar. And this was a sell, a short. Not looking too great, but not looking too horrible either. Okay. No big surprise there since we're in a, we're still, well, we're not in a bear market. Now I want to go back here, just look at the days. So yeah, it's losing most of the time. Well, that's just because of, just like we were looking at that weekly chart on the SPY, no big surprise here, right? But now if we go to optimization and we look at time of day, let's break it down into, we're looking at 30-minute increments here, right? Notice how garbagey all this is up here. But let's look a little bit further down, 15 minutes. So, obviously, if we were trying to embrace this strategy, we really wouldn't want to be making entries during these times up here because just look at the results, especially in the first 15 minutes. You always hear Barry say, don't like doing anything, but of course, we're looking at a much longer time frame here, but still, this is telling us something. So we have to get all the way down to here. And, this kind of jives with what I was saying earlier. A lot of swing traders I know that are pretty successful are making their entries late in the day. Now, there's not a whole lot of green. There's no green up here, smatterings of green here, but equal amounts of, nasty pink red. But down here looks the most promising, right? So, last 45 minutes of the open or of the session. So now let's change it and say, you know what? We're not going to make entries until 2:15, and this is Central Standard Time, so 3:15 for you folks on the East Coast. And now, just by making this one adjustment, do we improve here? Well, still looks pretty gross, but we really did. Looks like our win percentage went down and our trade count went down from 900 to 185. Uh, this still looks pretty wretched, but once again, this is just because of the market that we're in. And when we're trying to hold for 10 days short, oh, that just what this is telling us is that's going to be an uphill climb, a big uphill climb, right? Not saying that you wouldn't find anything, but this is telling me just about everything I need to know as far as would I want to participate in that just yet, right? Whereas if, what if we ran the scan the other way? Well, we don't have to be rocket scientists to understand why the scan is working to the upside and not the downside. So when you are wanting to swing trade short and hold for an extended period of time, 2 weeks, a week, that, in my humble opinion, that's a better strategy for when. And, it's not a matter of if the market's going to turn one day, it's just a matter of when. Of course, we don't have crystal balls and we can't ever tell when that's going to happen, but we'll know once it has happened, right? Um, that's when I think it would be conducive to try to formulate a strategy of this nature, right? Because I mean, that's why we have the back tester here. And once again, looking at this image, completely going along with what that equity curve looks just like this, right? So let's see who asked that question. It was Nathaniel. So Nathaniel, I'm not trying to convince you to not create a good swing trade short strategy right now, but it ain't going to be easy, all right? Just based on the data that I've just shared with you guys. That is true. And that's just because of the market that we're in right now. Not to say that there's not plenty of good short trades out there all the time, but they're harder to find than longs right now because of the market that we're in. Well, because until the market gets conducive to the downside, then there's no data to work with, right? It's not like we can formulate a magic scan right now for when the market turns, right? And we don't know how long the market's going to run, you know. When's the bull market going to end? Nobody knows, you know. All I can tell you is let's just back out a little bit longer here. Let's look at monthly candles. Now, look how long we've been trending up here, right? I mean, we had the COVID thing right here, COVID, elections, all that crap, and then boom, here we are. I mean, so you always hear the perma bulls going nuts when we have a little pullback. Keep in mind these are monthly candles, and does this look bearish to anybody out there? Because I can't see one thing bearish about this chart, right? It's just we're just taking a little pullback here. Now, does that mean we're gonna uh, go up forever? Absolutely not. Markets turn. It's all cyclical. But let's say we did get loosey goosey and a bunch of selling came into the market. We're still in this upper area up here, right? Monthly candle would have to pull all the way back down to 470-ish. And remember, 420-ish was the little sticking point for the longest time. So just my humble opinion there on where we are as far as the market goes. One second, ladies and gents. Okay. So once again, Nathaniel, I'd love to create a really good short strategy for you right here for swing trading. It's just I think no matter how we try to skin the cat right now, we're going to end up getting pretty much the same results. All right, I think we're caught up on questions, but if I did miss anybody, please resubmit it. In the meantime, get back over here and just see, did we miss anything? No, it's going to be stuck in this range. I forget when Barry said the Jerome was going to be speaking, but probably not too far from now. Let's check in on this. Okay, space. What did we bottom out at? I like to keep my eyes on this one just because I think it's going to plunge below a buck pretty soon, and then it's going to be over for space. I mean, look at this. Of course, this is Richard Branson's quote unquote space company, right? Now languishing down here at a buck 07, topping out at 62 and change. The space company that doesn't really do anything. So, you know, I don't know when the funeral's going to be for space, but it's soon. Yeah, 7-7. Always found that term dead cat bounce very creepy, but it is hard coded in the vernacular of market participants. All right, girl trader. I'm assuming that that's what that means or is GRL. Is there any way to get a clearer view of your stream? It's too difficult to see options you select at times. You know, let me see if this helps. Stand by. This is the only thing I could think that might help. Okay. Let me know if this got better. And you might have to refresh the YouTube screen. And I usually would do this before, but sometimes I just forget to change the resolution, and nobody said anything recently, but okay, good, good. All right, well then, silly me. I've gotten so used to just popping my container up in here and enlarging it that I used to reset my resolution because I have mine really, really high because I'm kind of a weirdo. I like to pack as much as I can in, and I don't mind having really small numbers on my screens. But yeah, okay. Yay, that helped. Great success. I also need to get a larger monitor. I'm still rocking the old dual 24s, but I think I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and go with I think it's Samsung, the Samsung 50 something inch, kind of curved monitor. I think it's time to make that leap. Shouldn't gold be up today on given news? Yeah, gold's had a nice run. Silver as well, but technically down 0.5% on the ETF. Uh, doo doo doo. So yeah, gold recently topping out up here on the ETF, but just like everything, it's got to take its pullbacks. Looks like it crept right back to the 130 here on the 15. Taking a look at the daily. I mean, what a run. What a nice breakout from the 203 level. SLV, same thing. Gold and silver having their day in the sun. I mean, I can remember I bought some silver, little silver, what do they call them? Ingots. I think back in 2020. And when you go in and you purchase physical silver, you're always getting tagged for a couple of bucks above spot, right? So I think after holding physical silver for, over 4 years, I could make a little bit of money if I wanted to sell those things, but that's not really what I bought them for. I just bought them to have them, you know, bought them to have them just in case. All right, girl trader, excellent. Yeah, and a 35-inch widescreen. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that was on my end, so all good. Funny thing about silver, if you look at the extremely long way back machine chart, right? It's probably a little higher now, But I remember back in 2020 looking at that long-term historical chart going back like 100 years. And guess what? Silver was pretty much in the same spot as it was 100 years ago. Wonder why that is. Hmm. Could it be JP Morgan? I don't know. Synthetic options or, synthetic ETFs?
Oh, Jamie.
Is that the reason, Barry? Is that the reason?
I thought you were going to go back to when the Hunt brothers cornered the silver market. You remember?
Or didn't they try to
Or
corner
they?
it?
Well, I think they. Well, okay. I mean, I think they got it for a while. Didn't the price of silver go absolutely crazy? This is probably back in the '80s. Um,
Yeah.
Lamar Hunt and well, the guys from the one of the owners of the Kansas City Chiefs at that time. I think the Hunt family still owns it, but I thought they cornered the silver market for a few months, and that just caused the silver
That was
market to
right
go
about the
crazy.
same time that Randolph and Mortimer Duke tried to capture the frozen orange juice concentrate market as well, Barry.
I remember it well. Oh yes.
Yeah, yeah. But
uh,
anyway, the thing is, the reason they failed at that is because, well, JP Morgan.
hmm
And of course, this is pure speculation on my behalf, but
Of course.
JP Morgan has been manipulating the silver and gold markets, well, for a very long time.
He should be manipulating the diamond market. I mean, the guy's name is Jamie Diamond.
Jamie
But yeah.
Dimon, the guy that says he'll fire any of his traders who were trading Bitcoin,
Yes,
back in the
yes,
day,
yes,
while at the
yes.
same time he was, accumulating Bitcoin. That guy,
hmm
yeah, hmm
Yeah, the one and the only, yes.
he gives us Jamie's a bad rap, Barry. I don't a
Does he
bad
spell it with an
reputation.
IE also, or maybe he's got
No, he spells it like
another?
me.
No, well, you
hmm
better. One of you better change.
If it's Jaime, see that technically becomes Jaime.
Well, that's Jaime. That's Spanish.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
hmm
hey, listen, I wanted to ask you a question because I think somebody asked you at the very beginning. I was under the impression that channel, the opening range break, I thought that
hmm
was yours.
Well, no, they just added some channels back, or these are new additions.
Yes.
Now, I didn't know it was mine. If it is mine, I did not know it was mine.
Okay. Well,
I think everybody just associates me with opening range breaks because
yes,
I
yeah.
like to
You always
yammer
talk
about them
about
all the
it.
time.
You always talk
Um,
about it.
but it is in the spirit of, it's the same content. It's the same topic.
Okay. See, I was under the impression that you sort of not hounded the guys, but saying, you know what?
No,
I love the opening range break. Why don't we have it as a channel? And so they added it because somebody asked me the question, I think on Monday, and I said, well, wait till Jamie shows up because he'll be able to explain it.
Yeah, and
So
there's a couple of good windows in there.
mhm.
Um,
The only thing okay, now that I know you didn't do it, it's interesting because they do the sort on volume. I'm just wondering why they're doing the sort on volume rather than I actually changed it to the sort and the change from the open.
yeah,
I also have the change from the close, but they sorted on volume, which I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense to do.
yeah. Well, I mean, I could see, hey, if there's volume in it, it's got a better chance of going. Blah blah blah.
But volume is not, yeah, as you know, Jen, unless it's relative volume, that's good. If it's just volume, I mean,
Oh, you mean it was share count?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it was sorted on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is you can change it
You can change
to
it,
suit your
exactly.
liking.
Exactly.
Because all the channels are really just templates, and you might like the template that's in place,
Yeah.
and you might want to change it. But the good news is it's good either way.
Well, doggone it. I was going to be dumping all over you. Like, why are you doing that? But it's not you who created it.
No,
So,
no, I get to claim
okay.
innocence on that.
Okay.
Uh,
There we go. I'll change it right now. But I actually have it up and running on another monitor just to see what the differences are in the one that I've got front and center. Not a huge number of differences as you would expect, but every now and then you'll see a stock. I see a stock that's not on my the relative strength leaders from the close percent that I display all day long. And I see it one on this other one. I go, okay, let's take a look at that. Just see what, like, why is it there and not on the other ones? And sometimes it looks like a pretty good setup.
Well, yeah, and I mean, a gazillion different ways to ask the same question most of the time, you know.
Exactly.
Okay, my friend, I guess it's time to depart.
It is.
Now, do you know the exact time when
He's
Jerome?
actually not talking. It's just the minutes at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So there's no presser at
So
two
just
thirty.
some ramblings at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Well, just literally the release of the minutes. So there's nobody even talking.
And the bond auction is in like 3 minutes.
The bond auction's at 1 o'clock. Yes.
Okay. Well, that might throw a little catalyst into the market.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That was a big downturn, though. I mean, I haven't seen one like that for a long time in the pre-market. We were down about eight points in the SPY that I could see. But anyway, you know what? It's all fun because what happens is we had a little rally for about an hour and a half. So some of the bounce plays were working pretty well.
Yeah. And as I was telling everybody earlier, I mean, you know, here's the market, Barry, in monthly candles. I mean, still looks
Yes.
pretty bullish to me, all right?
Yes.
I mean, we got to pull back so we can go up again and vice versa, and that creates volatility, which is what we traders need. And
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, business as usual. And, you know,
And we'll see you next week.
absolutely, my friend. Okay, have a good rest of the day, and I'll see everybody later.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. I just have to get my music going, get rid of the announcement, and let's see. Here we go. Announcement is gone. Just let me get my music going. All right, back in everything now, guys. So still have some of the SGH. You can see that it's just struggling to get through that 20 mark, but it did break down a little bit through that 2021 or 2034. So it's still a little bit below that. So, I've covered most of my position in the SGH. I'm holding on to just a little bit in case it takes out that 20. Okay. And let's see. Now, it's funny when I was on my break, I saw this ORGS. I thought, okay, this is new. This is what I'm looking for now, guys. Something that new. We've seen this one, the MRIN all day. It's a penny stock, like under a dollar. We've seen the ADIL. ADIL. Of course, this was the IPO today. The WNW. We've seen the wave. So I was looking for something new, and all of a sudden, I saw the orgs was around 58%, but it's pulled all the way back now. ORGS. Yeah, look what happened. I mean, getting a lot of action like this, guys. The in fact, I did not realize this was a sub $1 stock, but I know some of you like to trade those, so that's fine. Oh, what ticker to watch for bonds? I really don't know. You type in bonds. See what happens. I don't know. Maybe this. I don't know. Bond. Does that work? I mean, I just did a search on. I typed in bond, and this is, of course, so the PIMCO Active Bond Exchange. So for those of you who look at the bond market, is this something that you can follow? No, 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 no. All I was saying is that the bond auction will happen at 1 o'clock. You just watch and see what the reaction is. It's not that I'm watching it intensely like the bonds themselves. I'm more I'm more interested in what will the market do. Okay, so the bond auction is, I don't know if it's over now, but it certainly hasn't not had a reaction yet. But I don't watch bonds specifically. I'm just watching to see what happens with the overall market, the SPY. The bond auction is over. Okay, so William says the bond. So William, do you is this something that you would look at the bond right here like this? Is that anything that you follow at all, or anybody who wants to follow the bond action? Not just now, like at 1 o'clock today, but just in general. I don't. I mean, how bad did SGH miss? I have no idea how badly they missed. All I know is that it's down 22%. So, Michael, I have no idea. Michael Anthony in our YouTube room. How badly did they miss? I have no idea. You'd have to check. I mean, just check their press release. See, I mean, I didn't. All I'm doing is I'm. This is how bad it is. Okay, I mean, it's the mark. The chart is telling me that they must have missed very badly, or they're guiding poorly in the next quarter. I mean, to be down 22%, that's a massive. That's a big move down, obviously. And yet, if I just look at a headline, surpasses Q2 earnings estimate, but something's wrong, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't look at it that closely. Okay, I see a headline. I check what is the chart telling me. The chart's telling me that no matter what they say, market's not liking it. All right, guys. So Shady in Reddit. Okay, I can't tell if it's on the upside or the downside. Must be the downside. Yeah, still above the IPO price, but obviously well off the highs. $75 down to 42. Short. Okay, that's what I figured. But lots of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, 410,000. Well, guys, again, all I'm in right now, just a piece of the SGH left in case it crashes through 20. You know what it would have been my just about my best trade of the day? No, the SGH for sure, on a percentage basis, there's no question. But this mistake that I made by going long HXL when I thought I was shorting it, and then I covered almost immediately. And what a run it had. I think I was short at, well, I went long accidentally at 61.37, I think. What did it get up to? Up to 63.12 before it pulled back. So again, the minutes are being released at 2 o'clock. Okay, guys. I'll put the SPY chart up. I don't think there's going to be anything insane happening, but you never know. And now the market's putting in maybe it now could this be a delayed reaction, William? I mean, I don't know how long the reaction because it's 105 now. The auction was at 1. Could this be a delayed reaction or no? Or usually it's almost like within the first minute. Okay, so this is maybe the delayed reaction to the bond auction at 1 o'clock. Thoughts on AISP? Okay, AISP. First of all, do I see it anywhere? I don't see it anywhere. So I don't see it anywhere here. So I'm just looking to see if I have it anywhere else. Don't see it. So let's take a look at AISP. Ah, yes, Airship Holdings. Which you asked me at 12:43, so that's about 15 minutes ago. You probably saw it doing this, right? Now it's just, the term is just giving it up. Also, the relative volume is only point 0.2, so that's why it's not showing up anywhere for me. The relative volume is way too low for me, so that's why it's not showing up anywhere for me. But I think you asked, yeah, right back here. It's just a tough, it's just a pretty choppy day of trading. I mean, the SGH, I did my video on this. I mean, it wasn't simple. I mean, there were some, you know, moments here where it looked like it might start to run again, like up. All right, MSGM. Now, this was a big one yesterday, of course. It got all the way up to 417. It closed down here. It's above yesterday's, no, it's not above yesterday's high, of course, but it's coming right into the 200-day moving average, MSGM, coming right into the 200-day moving average, which is at 319. So can it break it and, start to maybe fill in a little bit of this void? Oh, I'll just take an alert around 324 and see if anything like that happens. Rent, I see rent got halted and resumed. Okay, rent. Meanwhile, MDIA, look at this. Wow. Run. When you see all, look at these daily topping tails, just run. Well, guys, what time is it now? 4:10. Did I say 4:10? I meant 1:10. Yeah, I mean, I see NA trying a little bit here. Another awful looking one. Look at this huge topping tail, big bottoming tail. All right, maybe take a look at NRIX. NRIX. This looks pretty ripe to go down. I mean, the low yesterday, wow, 1376. This is an earnings play. Okay, this is an earnings play. I think a lot of people might have thought, well, I guess we're going to have pretty good earnings. They bid it up yesterday and then they released before the market opened today. Even after hours, it looked good. But actually, even in the pre-market, this looked decent, and our NRIX looked decent. This was up, I mean, way up here. But now this looks maybe interesting as a short here. Now, the problem is it's very close to that whole number. I'm going to stick an alert around 1603, 1604, just to see, number one, if it gets close to that level. And and again, if the market continues to want to do this, This could drag some more stocks down. Ah, yeah, the TMV. Another one I don't really follow, but no kidding. I just put that on my other monitor. Yeah, no kidding. Rising 20-year Treasury bear 3 times. Funny, I pay so little attention to the bond market and all. I think it's mainly because I'm an intraday trader, and it doesn't make that much difference to me as an intraday trader. But yeah, yeah, just something I've never traded this sort of instrument. Wow. I know you're not. I know you're still not long, para shady. But wow, what a so three para. I know William posted this. Three Paramount directors to step down as the company discusses this merger. Wow. Now, believe it or not, MNDR. I'm waiting to see whether or not this can take out the high of the day later on. Believe it or not. I mean, it has a ways to go. Probably about a dollar, no, over a dollar. But this is one of those things in which, if it gets the volume coming in and it pops through that high of the day, it could have a bit of a run towards the end of the day. Again, if I do it, I'm not suggesting anybody do the same thing, but it's kind of what I'm waiting on. That's why I have a price alert set up in this area. I mean, it's $1.50 away, but all right. Well, guys, 1:15. Things have slowed down immensely for me now. I'm not getting too many new alerts. For instance, just out of now, granted, the market's down. So the last stock that met all these filter requirements was rent at 12.25. Met all these filter requirements. Price between 1 and 100. Current volume is at least 3. The volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, etc. And then made a new high for the day. That's the last time that happened. And this is a very active window, usually. Was rent at 12.25, and we are now 116. I mean, that's almost an hour. That'll be a record, in my opinion, for this scan. For if to go within an hour, even though the market is doing this. Oh man, is this one still moving? Except for IZM. Remember IZM, guys? Yesterday we saw this one yesterday, and this doesn't. I mean, it's horrible looking chart, to try to trade it. Except when you look at the daily chart, it's just straight up, up, up. Now topping tail and a bottoming tail, but this is just not does not give a rip about what the market's doing. I mean, what a move! $8 up to 37 as a high today for IZM. Basically, it's a semi, I guess, some kind of a semi. It sells electronic components. And look at the volume. I mean, it's great volume. I mean, 2 million shares, 2.6 million shares. It's not like this is only a couple 100,000 shares. Yesterday, there were some shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. None today. Okay, guys, that's it for me and the SGH. I don't have this. I have my doubts it's going to get down through 20, so I'm out of it now completely. And that was a short, of course, so covered my short position. I actually had CRMD up a little while ago. CRMD up. It was on I can't remember what scan it was on. It wasn't on. Was it here? I don't think it was here. Yeah, go down to 11%. Okay, that's and this is at 8%. So the last one on this list is at 11%. So that's the reason it's not on here. But well, you were pretty bang on with a Sava a couple of days ago, Jose. Yeah, and I mean, this is definitely an alpha stock. It hasn't really cared what the market's doing. CRMD, $10 a share, price target by Needham, $19 a share by JMP Securities. So we've got a couple of analysts putting some pretty lofty price targets, one at 10 and one at 19. Okay, guys. Well, listen. Again, I've had no. This is amazing to me, anyway. And it's now it's almost officially an hour. No new alerts in this very active scan. It's a very active scan. Another 3 minutes or so, and that'll be a full hour without an alert. I know the market's down, but that usually doesn't matter that much. Usually, we get some of the low floaters. They come in here, but man, nothing. Dominoes, DPZ. All right, now Wave. I have a thumbnail. That's why I see it. I probably see it down here too, 33%. So again, very ugly. I mean, in my opinion, I mean, those are very dangerous. Not so ugly, but dangerous topping tails at the top here. These 15-minute candles, the one that's 11, 11:15, and 11:30, big topping tails. And the sellers just said, no way. And then they took over. Now, on the flip side, to a certain extent, the sellers tried to knock this down. The bottoming tails, not as big as the topping tails, but nonetheless, the sellers tried to knock this down even more. The buyers stepped in. So, to me, just a huge level of uncertainty. Okay, guys, what time is it now? It's 1:24. So let's talk a little bit about the contest that's coming up, the test drive that's coming up, plus the contest, the combo. Okay, so I put the April 2024 test drive plus contest link, and this is what you're going to see. So we usually have these 3 times a year now, I guess, these test drives. So this is a great opportunity to try us out. This is when the test drive will be. Starts on the 19th, okay, the full day of the 19th and the full day on the 29th. So you will have access to trade ideas for those days. It'll only cost you $7.77. You'll If you don't have trade ideas right now, then it'll just be as if you are a premium subscriber. You'll have access to the entire program. If you are a standard subscriber and you want to have access to our premium service for those for that time period, you can also do so. It will cost us 777. Okay. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. Okay, so please listen carefully. You will not get data until the 19th. Okay, so you're just pre-registering now. Please don't send emails into our poor support people saying, "Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data?" Got to read. Okay, it doesn't start until the 19th. But anyway, I think it's a great opportunity for $7.07. If you can afford that, to try us out. Let me count how many days that actually is. I think it should be 10, but just give me a moment. So that's 7 trading days, okay? 7 trading days, but you'll have the weekend, of course, in between. So that is 7 trading days. Now, the other aspect, the contest. You can also partake in the contest. The contest will run from the Tuesday to the Thursday, the 23rd to the 25th. Just give me a moment. Yeah. Okay. So from the 23rd to the 25th, the contest will run 3 days. Basically, it's whoever wins the most money, whoever makes the most money, I should say, not wins, whoever makes the most money at the end of the 3 day contest will be declared the winner, and you will win a $2,400 Amazon gift certificate or gift card. Okay. And when you click on it, you'll see the contest rules and all. So this is the first time we've done this, sort of combine the test drive with the contest. And I think it's a good idea because if you're going to do the contest, and if you've never had trade ideas before, so at least now you can take a look at us on the Friday. Whoops, where are you? So that's Friday, and then the weekend, and then the Monday, and then the contest starts on the Tuesday. So you can have at least some idea about what trade ideas is all about before you get into the contest. If you are a premium subscriber, you automatically entered into the contest if you want to participate. And it's kind of fun. What I do is I display a top 10 leaderboard that is constantly juggling with names over the 3 days. So it's kind of fun. So that's the contest. Now, at the end of the test drive, we do not put you into a subscription, okay? So don't worry about that. You'll have a promo. There'll be a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription, but we do not automatically put you into a subscription. That's a commonly asked question. And till I hear differently, I'll probably find out more tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday, yes, in the marketing meeting. So it appears that we will have a version of, drum roll, just give me a moment. So we'll have a version of Brokerage Plus that will be available if you're using the web-based version. So if you have a Mac or you have a tablet or something like that, we'll have a version of this, okay? And so you can buy and sell. So you don't have to have the downloadable application to be in the contest. Okay? That's what I'm told though. We'll have a version of this. And this version, of course, you won't be able to make live trades, maybe never. It's just really set up for simulation trading. Okay? Not what you see here, but I'll call it Brokerage Plus Lite, and it'll just allow you to buy and sell in a simulator, in a paper trader, all real time, of course. Okay. So unless I hear differently, so that because it's a question, some people unfortunately sign up for the contest and they have a Mac, and then they realize they can't do the contest because they don't have they're not willing. Well, I understand why. I mean, you have to be willing to have an emulation program like Parallels or use AWS, Amazon Web Services, or something like that in order to be able to download our application. Well, now you won't have to. Okay. As far as I know, I was told high probability that this will be available. That's the reason why the contest was not put on last month, because they wanted the next one to have that availability. Not really a test drive like this though, Brian. I mean, you had a little bit of it wasn't billed as a test drive. This is a little bit longer, I believe. Anyway, maybe I'm wrong. I thought maybe you had Monday. Okay, guys, NRIX. This is one that I was looking at as a potential short, I think. Yeah, you did have access to the program a little bit before the contest, but I didn't think it was this much before or after. So this is what I was looking for earlier, guys. This NRIX. A lot of shares available for me to short. Um, Market is right there at 16. I mean, look left. I mean, look at the room it's got underneath 13. Yeah, this is 7 trading days plus the weekend. So, it is a little bit different, but you're right. It was more than just the 3 days. I'm talking to Brian in our YouTube room. Okay, now we'll take a look at my homepage one last time. So if you're in the wave, guys, not doing too badly for you. If you took the wave, all right. Well, let's see if this NRIX, I actually was able to get some underneath 16, okay? And if it gets over 16, I'm out. So this is on the short. Well, you can practice swing trading in the contest, okay? So if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, what'll happen is oops. So let's just say you took a bunch of trades, okay? And on day one, and you didn't exit them all, you will see them. Oh, I see though. If yeah, you that's a good question. I'm not 100% sure what happens, to the trades that you exited. If you can have a record of that, I'm not 100% sure. So you're talking about, okay, the first day you take a bunch of trades, you exit them all. So now all of a sudden this is blank. But I have a feeling though that you can get them somewhere. Now, as far as printed to a PDF, usually, let me just see. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, William. No, Blaine, the test drive is good for if you have our standard service and you want to test drive the AI, you can do so. Okay, cost of 777, but yes, you can do so. I know there's a calendar somewhere. I used to be a calendar somewhere. So these would be, yeah, this would show you the previous trades. Okay, so on the 3 days, you could see the previous trades here. Whether or not you can take them and export them, I'm not sure. And Oliver should know because he was the winner last in the last contest. Let's just do a trade though, okay? So let's just take a trade in the simulator, all right? And let's just see what happens. I should demonstrate this anyway. So again, this is only available right now, the downloadable application, okay? This is the sort of, we'll call it the full version of Brokerage Plus. In order to see it, you have to click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window that will show up. You may have different column headers. It'll probably say not connected. And so you click on Sim, and I notice now it puts you into paper trading, okay? So now you're in the paper trader simulator. Now you just click on an alert, I'm going to do this off camera kind of because if I click on an alert now, this window will disappear behind my screen. So, or my layout. So let's just click on MNDR. Okay. So you see how I clicked on MNDR and it shows up here. I have this is the quantity I can pick from this list, or I can, of course, put in exactly how many shares I want to trade. There's the bid ask. Let's just do it. Okay, let's just do it. I'll take I want to show you just the mechanics. Let's do a couple hundred shares. You have to click the buy button and then you send it. And now I'll be in the trade in the simulator. I said I'll be in the trade. Did I not click send hard enough? Let me load it. Let me just load it again. Again, I'm only doing this off the monitor because if I do it now, right now, this window, the Brokerage Plus window will disappear behind my layout. All right, let's try this again. Let's go 500 shares, click the buy button, and then send it. There we go. Okay, I think I just didn't hit click the send hard enough. That's all. Okay, so now I'm in 500 shares of Wave. Entry price 437. Okay. If I want to get out of the trade, if I were in a bunch of trades here, I would just highlight whatever I wanted to get out of. Just highlight it, and then I could flatten it. That gets me out of a trade. Half gets me out of half my position, or I could double my position. Okay. And if I kept this overnight, if I didn't get out of it at the end of the day, then this is how I can practice swing trading. Let's see what it looks like on the calendar. These are previous trades. Okay, I see. And I think if I click on it, I haven't used this for so long. I thought I could click on it and I would see the actual trades. Anyway, that's how you use it, and I should be in it. Now I'm gonna flatten it. Okay, gonna flatten the trade. I'll double click. Okay, so you see, quick trade made $165 in the simulator. Now I am double clicking. I'm not getting it. It's not popping up. Maybe in the development version it doesn't do it. I am double clicking. Probably in the development version. Oh, boy, that's not intuitive. Okay, so that's what. Okay, so what Pepe was saying is I have to do it up here. Can't do it in the body. Crazy, but anyway. So double click and this will pop up. So I like to have, and I see it's working. That's because I reloaded Brokerage Plus. So I like to have this max P&L and the distance from the exit price as columns. Okay. So what this is telling me, I mean, it's telling me that when I had all my shares, the 500 shares, the max I could have made was $172. Where I exited, I made $165 in the simulator. Okay, in the simulator. Now, what you would not want to see, okay, is if, say, I was still in all my full position, and that said max 172, and then I look at my today, what I'm at, like what actually the profit is, and it's down to say $30 or something, which means I would have let like a maximum profit. And nobody's saying you could get out right at the absolute penny high, but you wouldn't want to see if you at one point were up 172, you would not want to let it get down to say down to only 37 or some number like that, or even worse, a negative position. So this can kind of help you figure out how good are my exits. And then this one, the distance from the exit price, this actually now tells me, okay, when I got out of the price, when I got out at 470, what has it done since then? Well, it's 8 cents underneath, or it's a moving target. And so of course that's what you'd want to see. You want to see a nice, you'd love to see a nice big negative number, which will say to yourself, then you could say, wow, okay, I got out at the right time, as opposed to a big positive number. And then you're going to say, wow, I guess I left a lot on the table. NRIX. Okay, got out of it. Small loss. Was at the short of 15.95. Had a little gain in it, but I did not take it. I was hoping for a much bigger collapse. Yeah, I mean, if I let's just do it again. No, I like to do everything manually, JK. Okay, just give me a moment as I bring it up. Let's take this trade again. I'm sure it's probably not going to work this time because it's so well work. I mean, remember, this is just for demonstration purposes. But let's take 300 shares this time. The bid ask, not bad. Buy, send. Okay, back in the trade. Now I can put a stop loss in. Now remember, before I would, if I'm truly trading, I know where my stop is. But let's just put a stop at 450. Okay, and add it. And now you'll see a line on the chart that'll say minus whatever. If I allowed it to get down to 450 with that number of shares, I would lose $81. Okay. And if I wanted to, I could put targets if I wanted to. I don't believe in targets, but that's just myself. Okay. But if I wanted to, so I could add a target order. I mean, I guess I could believe in targets if I were absolutely going to be stepping away. Okay. But there's the target order. Whoops. Shoot. Okay. So if it goes up to 525 and I allow myself to be taken out, I'll be up 144. If I allow it to get down to 450, I'll lose 81. Okay. No, I should have taken this for real. Like what a jump after I was just demonstrating it. I demonstrate what did I get in at the first time, right around here, and then it jumped almost up to $5. So the same thing. I want to get out of the trade. Just highlight it again. If I were in a series of trades, I would just pick the one I want to get out of. I could get out of them all at the same time if I wanted. And just highlight them all and flatten or limit out. But right now, I'll just get out of this trade, flatten again. But you see, it's pretty simple to use, okay? And remember, it's using our real-time data. So if you're out there without a brokerage account, but you do want to practice trading, then you can do so using our simulator. You need our standard service. And then, but after that, that's all you need is our standard service, and you can practice trading. Uh, yeah, somebody was, and Trade Ideas was talking about that also, William. Not fun. So there is a, one of the big defense contractors, Lockheed Martin, popping, I guess, on that potential news. Janks, I see your Janks possible sale. Ah, yeah. Oh, what a halt, and then what a gap up after the halt. Don't Janks it. Haha. I know you said Janks, but all right, guys. What I'm doing now. I want to see if there's anything new showing up here. Remember this ETAO. This was from a couple of days ago. A couple of days ago, this got up to 734. Well, the only positive thing I could possibly say about this on the 15-minute, look at all these bottoming tails. But it kind of looks like a barcode, doesn't it? But these are fairly big. I mean, this is sitting at 438. Sellers tried to knock it down to that 4 to 415 level. Buyers keep moving it higher. Well, here's another one that kind of gapped up. Was it halted? Looking at PRFK. Look at the right symbol. PR. No, PREX. Sorry. I have this one thumbnail. I'm not sure why. Must have done something a few days ago. Probably no volume. How about PRFX? It's covered up. Look like a knee. Okay, PRFX. Yeah, forget it. I just saw that little gap here on the 15, a little bit of a gap. All right. Well, listen, NRIX is back down again after that little pull up. All right. So, William, what time today? I know there are no big earnings plays after hours, but what time today? You don't have to do it. I mean, you keep the room open because people ask me, why can't you keep the room open after you leave? But if nobody's going to post or talk, what the heck, just shut it down. You know, that's the only reason we're doing. Well, you are doing it, but if nobody's going to, talk or talk about stocks, I mean, post about stocks, and why do it for for the three people that might want that? So listen up, guys. You want William to keep the room open till 4. A little more audience participation would be helpful. Otherwise, why should he do it? I mean, it's the same reason why I wasn't doing it after 3. I mean, I used to do it to 3:30, and I just found, hardly there was hardly any participation. So now it's a few years ago, granted, but why am I going to hang around and just talk to myself? Short Janks, okay. Let's see Janks. Do I have shorts available? 107,000. Yeah, 48.30. Okay. Okay. So, the question in our main room: does the software help you decide when to enter, buy, when to exit, sell, or do you have to guess? Okay. So, I guess I can answer that question in two ways. If you have our premium service, okay, this is what it looks like. Okay. These are the three alerts we had today. This is telling you, and they're ideas. Okay. I hate to call them, you must take the trade like as an entry, but the alert price to short SGH was at 21.42. You had a stop, okay, and this was these two. Not these. This last one didn't work at all. This one, I mean, it didn't really do anything. This was a good one. I mean, this is the one I ended up taking. SGH, okay. So you have an entry price, you have a stop price. This is the only one that does that, okay. And this is part of our premium service. It's what we call our AI, okay. Everything else, though, that you see here, including even if you constructed your own scans, you have to have some chart reading experience. And you'll hear me say all the time, okay, I click on an alert. Yes, I want to see these symbols. I do because I've constructed a scan with my parameters. So I want to see these symbols. But just because they appear here doesn't mean I just take the trade. Okay. So I click on the alert. I check to see what I'm looking for on a 15 daily and a weekly chart, and then I make up my mind if I want to take the trade or not. Okay. Now there is kind of another way, and I mean I don't use it, but I'm not saying you can't use it. If I right click on this 15-minute chart, let's hope it's here. Okay. Every time I click on a symbol, let me click on I'll click on this MNDR, and if you can see my 15-minute chart, bad example. Okay, let me let me click on wave. Okay. So what it's saying is if you took this trade right now, like literally right now at 4:31, it generates a smart stop, okay, of 412, 413. And it's based on the volatility of 15-minute candles, the size of them, the high of the day, the low of the day, feeds those numbers in, and it generates automatically what you could use as a stop. Okay, and this will change, of course, because if I click on wave and it's up here the next time, well, the stop will not be down here. The stop is if you took the trade right now, where would you put your stop? Okay, so let me do another one. So let's take a okay, let's for argument's sake, I took AMRK right now at $40.30. They're suggesting a stop at 39.37. Okay. And again, don't ask exactly how it's generated. I mean, it's 15-minute candles, high, low of the day, numbers are fed in, generates it. Okay. So that's one. Now, where you're going to exit, that will be really up to you. Okay. First of all, would you take this trade? I wouldn't take the trade just because there's a smart stop because when I look left, there's the high of yesterday, very close. It could stall there. So I consequently would not take the trade. So I don't, I mean, that's the answer is okay, we can generate a stop for you, but where you're going to get out of the trade, where you're going to get out of the trade, if you're new to trading, there's no shortcuts, okay? I And what I would suggest you do is you do take a look at this. When you say how did you decide to trade only the top one? Which top one are you talking about? If you but if you click on my homepage link, if you're new to trading, I really suggest you take a look at this as Trading 101, okay? This is a series of videos that's all free. And it goes over a lot of the aspects of trading. Okay, how to read candlesticks, what the charts are trying to tell you, things like that. There are about 38 videos. You don't have to look at every single one of them, but if you're new to trading, again, there are really no shortcuts. Oh, I see. Well, for me, I was considering the ARIS, okay, from the AI. I was considering it, but I didn't like the way it was trading, and that was just, me. I just didn't like the way it was trading. For me to short this, it would have had to take out 14 in a big way. Okay. And yeah, this is a bottoming tail but forget that. And it didn't do it. I was looking to short this if it took out 14. I'm somebody who really looks at whole numbers as being something that could act as support if you're trying to go short. So that's why I didn't take that trade. But that's my personal experience, Jack. You wouldn't necessarily know that. And then the other one, Neov, NEOV. Um, when I looked at this, I mean, to me, it was just too choppy. I mean, big topping tails, big topping tails. To me, it was just too choppy, so I didn't like it. Now the SGH, I thought, okay, why would I like it? Well, it's an earnings play. So I knew it was going to be active all day long. Okay. There'd be usually going to be plenty of volume all day long. So that was not going to be a problem. And when I looked left, there was room for it to keep running. Remember, this is a short before it hit the next low. So that for me made it like the best candidate of the three for me to take. Every day is different though, right? Another question. What was that little window you just had open that you typed something in? You mean this, when I started to type, that, the change symbol? Yeah, so that, well, that's a change of that's a change symbol. So typically, if you want to change a symbol in a chart, so if you're not clicking on something, but you wanted to load it, so you left click on the chart, okay, left click on the chart, just to let the system know what chart you're in, okay? So you left click on the chart, now you just start typing. I just started to type. Typed in M Macy's, okay, or I could, you just start typing, and the box will pop up. You can click change, or you can hit enter on your keyboard. Okay. Now, if okay, for those of you who are listening, and that's not happening for you, so if you left click and you start to type and the box isn't showing up, then hit the space bar on your, okay, hit the space bar on the keyboard. Sorry, hit the space bar on the keyboard, and then then the box will show up. Then you start to type. Okay. I don't know why that happens. I would say that 99% of the time, maybe 95% of the time, when people left click on a chart and then start typing, the box just pops up. Well, Jose, you're striking again. You mentioned this CRMD a little while ago, maybe around 512 or so. Yeah, it looks pretty interesting. All right, guys. So what I'll do now is I will continue just to take a look at my homepage and the information you can find there. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you are going to see. And I always have to start off, okay? If you right click on a top list window, okay? You have a top list window and you right click on it and you do not have an option that says show tree map right there, show tree map. This is just a top list window, any top list window, okay? If you do not have this option that says show tree map, so this is what a top list window typically looks like, just a grid. I can transform it by right clicking and then show tree map. If you don't have that, then you must download the latest beta. So go to my homepage, scroll to the top, click on the download, and download the latest beta. Then you'll have that option. If that's what you want, you don't have to. If you prefer just having it in a grid, it's up to you. Okay. I really like this presentation better, but you know what? Everybody's different. You can set up this, yes, you can set up with the standard plan exactly like this. Yes, if that's what you want, Papa. Everything, the only thing that I ever demonstrate that's part of the premium service is this. Okay. This is the RAI. That's the main reason people will want to take a look at our premium service. But everything else is part of the standard service. And speaking of that, so if you do want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started in short videos. Take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. You don't have to necessarily go through them all. If you've downloaded the program already, then guess what? You don't have to you don't have to do this, to download and install your first startup and login. I would absolutely make sure though you at least go to this important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, okay? The short videos, guys. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. And if you're brand new, Trading 101, okay? Trading 101, a free series of videos for you. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. And the education section is here. And here are my scans. Before I look at my scans, though, I'll show you my scans. If you're going to take out a subscription, all I ask, no, I don't ask for much. All I ask is this: use my promo code. Okay, this is a free room. We want to keep it that way. And so every time a person, if you'll take out a subscription using my promo code, the company knows that people then are using the room. Okay, and so to keep it free, it's as simple as that. If you're going to take out a subscription, you may as well use my code. And then my scans. So if you have a subscription, you scroll down to the center section, and here are the scans. So if you become a subscriber, of course, these are all scans that I'm sharing right now. Okay, and all part of the standard service. Yes, you can start with standard. You can upgrade later if you want. So these are all the scans that I'm currently sharing. So if you become a subscriber, you can have access to any one of them. So what I would do, I mean, you could either wait, until the 19th and to do the test drive for $7.77, in which case you'd have access to the full program, including, the AI. Or you could take out a subscription now and then pay the 777, and you'll get the AI. It'll get added to your account for 7 trading days. Well, I'll try to unconfuse it for you, Roy. Okay. I think the only reason I'm not just talking to you, I think the only reason people find the AI confusing is because maybe they're looking, in the channel. Okay. You look at the channel. Where are you? I can't even find it. No, oh, they're right there, Holly AI. So yeah, if I looked at this, I go, what the heck am I seeing here? Okay. What am I looking at? So don't do that. Okay. This is what I would do. Click on new. And where you see premium AI strategy trades window, okay? There are 3 that start off with premium AI. Click on the middle one, premium AI strategy window. This is what you'll see. That's all you need, okay? Just wait for the alerts to happen. As I say, how you trade them, if you trade them, will be up to you. But you don't have to overcomplicate it. They have the entry time. You have the time, the price of the alert. You'll have a stop if you want to follow that. But how you trade them, if you trade them, will be up to you. I would take this window then, and then I would make it part of your layout. And then tomorrow, for instance, when you load it, you load your layout, nothing happens in this window until at least 9:40. Okay. There were no early alerts, nothing in the pre-market, and nothing before 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. The earliest one today was at 9:42. And that's really it. You know what I mean? That's really it. I think you're probably right. The video will tend to overcomplicate the issue. And looking at, in my opinion, anyway, looking at anything else other than this is all you need. I updated the explosive winner screen. Are you talking about this, Kareem? This one right here? You know what? This should really shouldn't say this anymore. I actually renamed it. To see something here. Yeah, I think I called it this. Let me. I'm not going to do it now. It was called the explosive winner is because this came from the channel called Winners. Okay. No, no. Kareem, we were talking about this. You click on new and then dock channel bar, and then I thought he had created this one because he's all about the opening range break. Okay, so this is the opening range break, and I thought he had created it. He said, "Well, if you're looking, okay, you're looking for this right here? I can give it to you, but again, you have to have the beta in order to see it looking like this. Okay, make sure this is the last one. Okay, I'm just going to put this in the two tabs in the main room and into YouTube. But you see, the problem, Jack, is that what we're trying to get people to understand is to manage the exits on your own. I mean, if you just exited exactly when the AI exited, probably not the best thing. I mean, I know it sounds crazy and maybe counterintuitive, but for instance, some of the strategies have maybe even a price target of some sort. Okay, so for instance, let's just say this one, for argument's sake, was you had an alert at 405, and they had a price target at 485, and it got out, so it took you out of the trade. Most reasonable traders would not do that. Why would you get out just because a computer is sort of suggesting to get out? I mean, if you wanted to take out a bit, fine, but the trade is still working. Okay, that's why it's really hard. We don't publish figures anymore because we're really trying to get people to use the AI, sort of man and machine. The machine is alerting you automatically. You don't have to do anything. There's nothing to tinker with, and then manage the exits on your own. Look where the AI got out of SGH. It got out of SGH at 2067. Okay, why? I don't know. Something kicked in maybe, but why? I'm not saying you wouldn't get out some. Maybe you want to take out a bit, but look how it was still trading really well all the way down to 20, as an example. The the videos will help you, but there's no substitute for practicing, Jack. Okay. And listen, even the best traders out there will always bemoan the fact I left a lot on the table. Okay. There's no such thing. There's no magic about, taking profit sometimes, when not to. I mean, some people use moving averages as a guide. If it hits a certain moving average, they want to take some out, or if it moves down to a certain moving average, they want to take some out. But that's why, I hate to say it like this, you've got to practice. That's why we have a simulator. And that's why I was saying, if you were here before, that's why I like to have this max P&L and the distance from the exit price. So right now I can tell you that's a great exit. Okay. Again, in the simulator, but out of the trade at 475 is now, it's now almost, well, 75 cents below that. I could pat myself on the back and say, great exit. Okay. Because where I exited, it's almost 74 cents underneath. That's why I like to have this. So you can have the distance from the exit price, this max P&L. That gives you a bit of an idea about how well you are managing your exits. It's not going to tell you when to exit, but as you practice, you start to see, oh man, great exit here. Now that could have turned into you could also that could have been plus $2. And when you say to yourself, wow, I left a lot on the table. I mean, there are some that will use the VWAP. I mean, if you're not familiar with any of these terms, I mean, this is why you've got to sort of practice. But I mean, the VWAP 2112, okay? Some people look at that and say, if it got, as this was moving down, will that act as a support area, the VWAP? Will it be a support area that it could hold and maybe bounce off it, as an example? Or if you were going long something and the VWAP was ahead, what was on top of you, above the current price, will it move into that? And then that will be resistance on the way up and come down. Some people use moving averages. I know Steve, that orange line here, one of the traders at Trade Ideas, he loves this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So for instance, if he was in this short, he would keep in this short probably right until a candle broke above it. But you can see how on the way down, no candles really threatened this line there, this 10 SMA. So Steve he would keep in there short. He wouldn't worry about the little jogs up and down until right there. If you can, it's hard. I don't know why the cursor is doing this, but if you can see right there, there's a green candle that finally broke above. There's another way to look at exits. So you stay in the trade unless it breaks that. I know people what they really want out of trade ideas is just, buy this now and sell it now. I understand. I understand. Unfortunately, it is not like that. Yeah, and you always have to have a stop, whether you use this, the smart stop that is generated by our computer, by our system, or when you get used to trading, you may have a different idea of where you want to put a stop. Remember what the stop is. Not every trade is going to work, so You have to get you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working. And again, sitting out there going, well, how do I know what that price is? Well, what I would do if I was starting out brand new, I would probably use maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle or maybe the 15-minute candle as my stop because those are defined numbers. You don't have to guess. I tend to, kind of size up what I personally see on a chart and think, okay, that looks like a good support area. And if it broke down through that, I want to be out. Can you make it like that, Jay, in our YouTube room? What you mean by that? Can you make it like that? Are you talking about putting the 10 SMA on your chart, 10 simple moving average on your chart? Is that what you mean? Can you make it like that? Talking to Jay in our YouTube room. Well, no, I mean, no, you can't. Even the AI. I mean, I hate this is the AI is just suggesting. This I call a suggestion. I would rather they get rid of this entry price and just call it alert price, okay? Because I think people get so hung up. They'll get an alert, okay, at 21.42 to short SGH, and then by the time they may decide to take the trade, it's at 21.37, and they go, "Oh my gosh, it's 5 cents below. I can't do it now." Okay, no, I mean these are not designed, just to make a couple of pennies a trade. So I would rather call that, the alert price, because I don't care if it's from my scans, the AI, I will always click on it, click on the alert, check to see I check the charts. If I like it, then I take the trade. If it's moved a few pennies from it, I don't care. So that's why I'm not. So that's why I don't want to say yes. This is telling you when to buy it. Telling you when to buy it right here, because the AI is not infallible. What if, for instance, this was a short alert, okay? What if all of a sudden, just as you're getting that alert, all of a sudden there was a giant green candle hitting the market for some reason? Okay, probably going short at that time would not be the thing to do. What if this right here? If you were trading in the pre-market, okay, this is the 8:30 candle, 15-minute candle. The CPI numbers came out. Market hated the number. Okay, hated it. What if you were trading in the pre-market? And by the way, I don't recommend trading in the pre-market if you're new, but let's pretend you were trading in the pre-market. Market was looking really nice in the pre-market. Okay, look at this nice little move. It was up from yesterday's close. Maybe you took some long trade in the pre-market. You're sitting there. All of a sudden, this happens. You can't control that. You can't control it. I mean, nobody knows this is going to happen. I mean, we knew the CPI number was coming out, but we didn't know that this was going to be, the reaction, because you don't know what the number is going to be. Okay, so there are just things out of your control. That's why, I would never just blindly take a trade just because it comes from RAI, or even this is my favorite scan, this little combo scan that also showed SGH. But I don't blindly take these just because it's my favorite scan. I always have to check the chart. Hello, Pam. Hi to all. Hi to you. Well, if I don't understand the question, when stop loss activated, I mean, if it hits the stop, if it literally hits the stop, sure, you'll see that it'll take it out of the trade. But you know what? Here's the deal. Look at NEOV. Okay, we might think, well, that's a really terrible one, and it didn't work. But look what could happen. I mean, it could turn around like this, and it could start to move. It could hit that 219 original entry and maybe move. Now it's a little late in the day for that to happen, but that's why I like to use this like a watch list. So the initial alert may have been a little early, and keep following it, and then if it sets up, here's that 10 SMA, for instance. It broke above it. So you might say, okay, it broke above this 10 SMA. Maybe I'll take the trade, put the stop just below the 10 SMA, and see if it works. I mean, you don't know if something's going to work until you try it, of course. On my homepage, Mountain Monkey, on my homepage, let's see if and it doesn't give very many alerts. Okay, it's designed that way because it's a combination of abnormal option activity plus a 10-day daily breakout or breakdown with some with high relative volume. It has to be at least 8. So you're not going to get very many alerts. But if you click on my homepage link, I just put the homepage link in. And here you are. So if you click on it and then scroll to the middle section, the scans, and it's the bottom right one. Okay. 2 columns of scans that I'm sharing, the bottom right. Now, it's not the Doc Pepe. It's just this. Okay. It is just this. If you want the don't repeat abnormal option activity, it's right here. Some people don't, they don't want that. This is really what I look at. I probably should separate them, but and just to give people an understanding about what this is looking for and how brilliant Pepe was. Not was, still is. So this is the abnormal option activity scan. Okay, this is the don't repeat version. So this tells me the very first time a symbol hit met all the filter requirements, tells me the price and then the time. And then if I don't have it running, but you could have the non-repeat, okay, okay, what we'll call the normal version. So every time a stock made a new high in the abnormal option activity, you would see it over and over again. The reason I do it this way is that I can go back in time. I can say, okay, HITI had an alert at 1124. The price was 253. What did it do from there? But I digress. So this is the abnormal option activity scan. This is the 10-day daily breakout. This is the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, so these are stocks that are breaking down at the low, below a 10-day low, plus a lot of other filters, but that's one of them. So what we were finding is that if a stock was appearing in the abnormal option activity scan and also over here in one of these, we really should follow it. Okay, and so what was happening is that you'd have to take a look at Jenks as an example, and then you'd have to do a quick look to see, is Jenks here? Really simple right now, but sometimes there's a lot more symbols in both of these windows. So you'd have to scroll down and take a look. So I'd look at Jenks, see, is Jenks there? No. Is AMRK there? No. Capri there? No. So Pepe came up with the idea of, instead of having to do that, we would combine the scans. And so the ones that were common would appear here. Okay. And so the only ones that are common were SGH, HXL, and JSM. And so that made it a lot easier. So you didn't have to, look left and right constantly all day long. Okay, Jay, then this is the wrong product. If you find it, there are claims out there, okay? But if you to tell you to buy and tell you exactly when to sell, I'm not going to snow you. This is not the product for you. Okay? I've tried to explain that yes, the AI will give you, this is the only one that will give you an actual an alert price, entry price, if you will. Okay, and there's a stop, but how you manage the trade will be up to you. Everything else you see here is not, when you click on it, doesn't mean you take the trade at that price. So this is the closest you're going to get, is the AI. Okay. So regarding, so the question was, what was the in our main room? What was the in-out process for NEOV based on the AI? You're talking about an alert. Okay, I'm answering. An alert can hypothetically be an entry, yes, but all the alert is telling me is it's met all my filter requirements. Okay, so look. Okay, this one, CVU. as an example. Okay. Well, it has met all the filter requirements in the scan that I've constructed. So if I click on configure and I click on summary, this is what this scan is looking for. If the price is between 1 and 100, current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. This is why it's called a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That doesn't mean I take the trade right there. It just means now I want to take a look at it because it's met all these requirements. It's made a new high, which I like. And now I click on it. What do I see? Okay. Is there room? See, right off the bat, I look left and I don't see enough room that it can keep moving until it hits the next high on the weekly chart. So, but I don't know that until I click on it. Okay. I don't know that. So that's why I have to click on the alert. And then, now this is a very active scan. Okay. When you look at this scan, there's hardly anything in it. There's the SGH now. Wow, I'm not in it anymore, but so if you're new to trading, I would maybe take a look at, scans that don't have that much in it. So you're not inundated with alerts all day long. And hence the AI. AI generally has less than 10 symbols a day that it alerts to. Give me a moment. So the AI, the earliest alert you can get from our AI is at 9:40 Eastern time. Okay. That's the earliest. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest. No, it's just telling you that the alert is, I want to see stocks that meet like all these requirements. Okay. I want to see stocks in this certain price range. I want to see stocks with this minimum volume. I want to see stocks with this minimum, say, relative volume. So it's trading abnormally. My goal every day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. That's what my scans do. But now, just because I get an alert for a stock that is trading abnormally, it doesn't mean I just hop on the trade immediately. Again, that's what I'm trying to, convey to people is that then the job becomes, what is the chart telling me? Is it telling me that, what, this is not bad? It's got room to move. If I want to take this trade, it's got room to move before it hits the next high. So all my goal is every day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. And you can see, right? I mean, look at that. This is trading 65 times normal that it normally would do. Well, as an intraday trader, I want to know about this stock. It doesn't mean though that it's going to absolutely set up just because I click on it. But I want to know about it. And in these ones, the SGH as an example, the SGH 11 times normal. That's still very abnormal, but it's also trading options. Very abnormal. Okay. Pretty abnormal, not amazingly abnormal, but what has it done today? 4,500 contracts so far. Actually, yeah, it is. Sorry, that's when we had the alert. This has changed, of course. So when you look at SGH now, 4,500 plus contracts have traded. That is almost 5 times normal. So that combination then of stocks that are trading abnormal volume, just the volume, plus abnormal option volume, I want to know about those stocks. So that's the first step. That's the first thing that I do not the first thing, all day long. I just want to find the stocks that are trading abnormally, and then I have to figure out a way to trade them. Or if not every stock on this list or in any list of alerts that I get from any scan is necessarily going to be something I want to trade. Well, it could be something I want to trade, but it might not be setting up when I look at the daily or the weekly chart. Well, there's no shortcut, Jay. Okay, you're looking for like an automated system that's just going to tell you when to buy and sell. The closest we have is the AI, which can give you an idea about when to get into it. Understand also that what I do here, because I've been trading for a few years, it doesn't take me long to size things up. I click on it, I take a quick look, and I can make up my mind pretty quickly whether or not I want to make the trade, do the trade. But that's because, I've looked at thousands upon thousands of charts. It sounds like a lot, but over a month, I don't, well, I should, one day I'll actually see if I can actually see how many charts I actually click on. No easy way around it, Jay. I mean, there's no easy way. I wish I could just say, well, every time I get an alert, I just take the trade. Okay. There's no easy way around it. But something like this that gives so few alerts is probably, closer to what you're looking for because, and, do they all work? Of course not. I mean, the GSM was alerted at, 5:53. It hasn't moved. It hasn't moved at all, as an example. Okay. But there will be some days in which this scan, and when we get into earnings season, which will be, I know there's some earnings next week, some of the big banks next week, but when we get full into earnings season, this scan will really produce a lot of very interesting alerts. Because remember, it's a combination of normal option activity plus a 10-day daily break, either on the upside or the downside. When a company releases earnings, especially some of the companies that are, I'm not talking about the Apples or the Microsofts or the well-known companies. Talking about what I usually refer to as the second or third or fourth tier companies. That second tier companies you might people may have heard of, but I guarantee the third and fourth, a lot of people just never heard of these companies. But when they release earnings, remember, earnings are every 3 months. The day they release earnings, some of these stocks can go crazy. There is a big 10-day daily break. It's breaking a 10-day high. And if they're or a 10-day low because of maybe earnings were terrible. But also, if they are an optionable stock, usually the day they have earnings can be a very active day option wise. So you get then that great combination of stocks that are breaking out or down with high option activity. And those become really, really interesting. And that'll start happening in a couple of weeks. You're right. Well, okay. I mean, let's go over these ones right here. I mean, you asked me about any NEOV, okay? Why did it get out at 194? Notice it says reduce risk. So what the AI is kind of looking at, yeah, they had the alert at 10:30 at 219, okay? So let's take a look at it. So I had the alert right up here at 219. Look what it did. It had a little bit of a pop and then it dropped. Okay. Yes, the stop is down here at 176. It didn't, it got relatively close. It got down to 182. But the AI was, some algorithm kicked in and said, you know what? I don't think this is working that well. So I'm not going to wait to get stopped out, just like a normal, well, in my opinion anyway, a normal trader would. You hear Shady do it all the time. I do it all the time. When I have a stop, that's the worst I want to do on the trade. That's the absolute worst. Okay. But I always reserve the right if I don't think it's trading well enough, something's happened, maybe the market's gone against me after I took the trade, or something happened that I just don't like the way it's trading, I'll get out before it hits the stop. And that's what happened here with the NEOV. It was called a reduced risk. Some algorithm kicked in. No, we don't know that's going to happen. Okay. So when you say go over the trades, we don't know that's going to happen, but I can tell you that's why it got out here. Okay. And that's kind of the way it works. But so I don't really know what anybody is going to go, when you want to go over them, but there's nothing really to go over. I mean, remember, Trade is a tool for trading. It's not going to teach you how to trade. Okay, but it's a tool. I mean, how else, if you're going to start trading, if a person is going to start trading, and I don't know how many stocks are in the market now, let's say 10,000. Well, you have to have a way, if you want to start to trade, how are you going to whittle those stocks down to a manageable number? So obviously that's what the program can do. It can show you things that could be interesting to you. Now, if you're starting out trading, you don't know what could be interesting to you. That's why you've got to practice. I did not know when I first started trading that I wanted to become what is called kind of a momentum trader, liking to see things near the high or the low of the day. I didn't know that. It just took, many years before and I didn't have a trading room. I had nobody really telling me anything. But I finally, after, a lot of anguish, decided that that is what I like to see. And I've just stuck with it for years now. Others will hate that. What they'd rather see is, okay, stocks near the high of the day. I want to see it pull back, move back down to maybe the VWAP or a moving average that they like, and see what happens there. And then if it bounces off it, take the trade there. Okay, and that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. I mean, there is no right or the only right way to trade, in my opinion, is to have a stop. You get out of the trade if it's not working with a manageable loss. Okay. You don't want to have, like, you have a $5,000 account, you don't want to be risking $1,000 a trade and get out with $1,000 loss. I maybe tomorrow I'll go over it again, money management, but in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking, say, $100 a trade. And when you and if you hit if your stop gets hit, you get out of the trade. You met like with a manageable loss because you're going to lose. People, there's no you're going to have losing trades. I mean, there's no question that you'll have losing trades. But the whole idea is to keep. It's not even to keep them at a lower percentage. In other words, I want to be right 80% of the time. You could be right 80% of the time if you're willing to make 1 or 2 cents a trade, maybe. I used to get into an argument with somebody, said, I'm right 95% of the time with my Apple trades. And so we went over them. Yeah, he was trading Apple and he would get out of the trade with a 3 cent gain. Well, how are you going to make money? I mean, I'm not okay. No, if Apple were a 10-cent stock, fine. But anyway, I digress. Well, it's not the $100 trade, okay? Okay, what time is it? I don't mind. I'll stick around. So let's just take another trade, okay? And I'm going to make, okay, we're going to go wave again, okay? We're going to go do wave again. I mean, not that it's a, I'm just using it as an example, okay? Where's wave? Let me get it in here. Okay. So I just clicked on wave in my other monitor so that it would show up here. I'm going to take 500 shares, okay? And I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy, send it. So now I'm in the trade, okay? 392. Now, hopefully this is not going to screw the, no, it should be okay. I'm going to put my stop at 372 just to make the math super simple. Not that that is where the stop should be. I'm just trying to demonstrate in a very simple way of money management. And you'll see that on the chart now, there's a red line that says approximately minus $100. It says 97.50, okay? Well, what that means is that if I keep in this trade with the 500 shares and I allow it to go down to 372, I'll get stopped out for approximately $100 loss. So that's what I'm talking about. That's your manageable loss, okay? And so depending on your account size, if I were starting out, maybe I have maybe make it a $50 loss, okay? Manageable loss. Risk only. This is what we're calling, this is what you're risking on the trade. I think people think that, well, no, you're not. You're risking, let's make the math simple, $2,000 on the trade. You buy 500 shares at $4. You're risking 2,000. No, 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 no. You're not risking. Well, I mean, if you let it go down to zero, but that's why we have a stop. Okay. And so that's where you have to practice. Where am I going to put that stop? It's not just, I'm not just like every stop is not 20 cents away from my entry. It's based on my chart reading ability. If I, again, as I think I said earlier, if I were starting out trading, I might put my stop at the low of maybe the previous 5-minute candle or maybe the 15-minute candle. The reason being is that that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. You're not having to size up something on a chart where, you're hearing me saying, well, I think there's a support area here. What does he mean by that? Well, you don't have to. If you're starting out, maybe put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle or 15-minute candle or 10-minute candle, but practice something. Okay. You got to practice something. And then when you get stopped out and you move on. Now, this is what I was saying. If I were truly in this trade, okay, and I was watching this trade, then I started, starting to drift down because I was hoping that this would be, because this is such a wild one, that it would immediately, when I got into the trade, it would have a nice pop. But maybe, looking at the chart, I'm thinking, wow, there's been all these pops and then sell-offs. So if it didn't immediately pop for me, I might be looking at this and going, well, you know what? I'm not going to wait to get stopped out down at 372. I'm going to get out of the trade earlier. Okay. And that's just maybe a feel for what's happening. I know there's a lot I'm talking about. I know it. So when you say program the loss for it, in theory, I have programmed the loss to make assuming that I'm going to get all the way down to 372, and I get stopped out. I have sort of said that is the maximum I want to lose on the trade, $100. And what I do, the way I trade, is I do not vary how much I risk per trade, dollar wise. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 on one trade. I'm not risking the next one 500, the next one 100. I try to keep my loss amount that I'm willing to lose on every trade about the same amount. And I don't get it. You don't get into revenge trading. I say, okay, I lost say I lose 100 in this trade. I don't turn around and go, well, I better risk 200 the next trade because when I make make it on the next trade, I'll be up. I'll make 200. Therefore, I'll be up $100 after two trades. The initial $100 loss, I make 200 the next trade, and now I'm up 100. Except, unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily, of course, work that way. If you lose that next trade, now you're down $300. And now you start thinking, oh man, I got to get it all back on the next trade. So I risk $400 on the next trade. It's just a horrible way to trade. Yeah, I don't exactly what Shady is saying. I mean, if you're, I think in terms of dollar amount that I'm willing to risk. Okay, some people trade, and listen, if it works, it works. Okay, if it works for you, well, I have a 2% stop every trade. In other words, what they're doing is they're taking a trade, and then they're saying, okay, if it moves down 2%, I'm out of the trade. See, for me, that's not call it scientific enough. I may as well just say, well, I'll put a 20-cent stop every single trade. Okay. But that to me is not scientific enough. I want to have a reason for me to get stopped out at a certain price based on what I'm seeing on a chart below the previous 5-minute candle or 15-minute candle, things like that. I just don't want to, pull something out of the air and say, well, I'll just put a 20-cent stop every trade or a 2-cent stop or 2% stop every trade. That's not. Now, listen, there are people out there that probably do it. And if they're able to do it and make money, I'm never going to say don't do it. But that's just not the way I trade. Well, that gets, yeah. I mean, Grumpy, what Grumpy is saying. I mean, of course, the trade starts working for you. All right. The way I trade, the way I enter, the way I will get into a trade. If I had a 20-cent stop, okay, I'll use 20 cents as the number. I have to be able to look left. And on the daily chart, I have to be able to see that where could it stall? Where's the next high on the daily chart? I mean, that's the way I trade. So if I'm risking 20 cents and I look at the daily chart and the next high is 10 cents away, I won't take the trade. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 10 cents. If the next high is say 40 cents away, then it becomes a viable trade for me, a potential candidate to trade. I don't mind risking 20 cents to maybe make 40 cents. Now, just because when I look left and the next high is in this particular case is 40 cents or more away doesn't mean it's going to get up there. But I have a reasonable expectation of maybe it moving nicely into that area. Okay, because there's no chart resistance. All I'm trying to do, all I'm trying to do is take one of the reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation. And that is, for me anyway, is seeing where that next high is on the daily chart. If the 200-day moving average is near, I will look at that, obviously. If the VWAP is near, I'll look at that, obviously. Okay. So, okay. So that's a good question. Where do you start taking profit? You can do it a number of ways. I mean, Steve Gomez, here's that 8 EMA. Okay. He would not get, and this thing rises. Okay. So let's say he was in this trade at 335. Okay. And this is rising and he's up here at 426. He wouldn't probably get out of the trade until it broke the 10 SMA. That's not the way I trade. I think it's an interesting look. Okay. But what I tend to do is this. Again, in the scenario in which I've risked 20 cents, and now I'm able to look left, and I have at least 40 cents before it's going to hit the next high. Let's say it gets close to that 40-cent level, okay? And but it stalls a bit and it starts to move down a bit. I will probably take some off. Again, it's a bit of a feel, but let's take it a step further. Let's say it goes through the 40-cent level, okay? I'm risking 20 cents. Let's make some math, okay? Let's say I get in a trade at a dollar and the stop is 80 cents. So I wanted to get up to $1.40. Okay. I've looked at the chart and the next high is $1.80. Perfect. I can take the trade. Okay. So it gets up to $1.40. That's my first risk reward, 1 to 2. It gets up to 150. Remember now 160 would be a 3 to 1, right? 20 cents risking. It's now up 60 cents. That's a 3 to 1. But let's say it stalls at that 60 cent and it starts coming down into that little zone between the 40 and the 60. I'll probably take some off. Okay. I'll probably take some off. You know how I feel about it. I'll probably take some off. I don't want to see it crash right down through that 2 to 1 and come, all the way back down, of course, to where I bought it. But this is why you've got to practice. Well, fundamentals don't drive day traders, Jay. Okay. I mean, you can call fundamentals. I mean, I don't care about whether a company's making money, losing money. It makes no difference to me when I'm intraday trading. The phrase "every dog has his day." I mean, you get some beaten up stocks that making no money at all, and for some reason, some group somewhere in the world, or for whatever reason, a newsletter writer comes out and says, "I like this stock," and it starts hitting scanners around the world. And yet, when you think about it, man, this is a terrible stock. It's been down 100 days in a row. Fundamentally, it's terrible, but on a given day, a stock can go crazy. So I don't care about fundamentals. I'm not a swing trader. Now, one could say that with an earnings play, that's sort of fundamental. So SGH, sure. I knew that SGH was an earnings play. For me, that means that it should be active all day long. The volume should be pretty strong all day long. You're not going to get into a situation where you just have all the volume in the first 15 minutes and then it dries up completely. Because when it's an earnings play, typically the volume will be, pretty good all day long. But if you ask me fundamentally, well, what did they say about earnings? Well, I don't care. The market is telling me that whatever they said, the market's not liking it. Okay, does that make sense, Jay, in our YouTube room? Look at this one earlier today. I mean, is this the one we couldn't find any reason for this move? There was one that went crazy in the pre-market, got, this ADIL, 114 all the way up to 270. Man, that's amazing. Okay, amazing. I don't know if it was this one that we could not see any specific news. No, this actually had a little bit of news. Okay, had a little bit of news. Whoa, look at the NRX. Okay, I'm still in this one. Okay, I'm still in this one, and late day. Now it's starting to move down. Why am I in this one? Because earlier on, I saw this one. Okay, earlier on, this had a big day yesterday. But this is an earnings play. You can see earnings today before the market opened. Had earnings at the beginning, it wasn't too bad. Okay. But then the market opened and it started to move down. And I said, okay, listen. And this is exactly what I said to everybody. If this takes out 16, okay, because it's a whole number, I wanted to see it take out that whole number. Look left, look underneath. This is just the reverse now of looking right when you're going long something. Look at all the room it's got. Now, I'm not saying it's getting down to 1379, but at least I don't have to worry about chart support. Could be a lot of other reasons why it won't keep moving down, but at least I don't have to worry about, if that low were right up here, it's not quite as good. But look how much room it has to potentially move. And initially I got stopped out of this one. Okay. I got stopped out of this one for a manageable loss. It was hardly anything. It was almost flat, but I got back in. It's set up the same way for me, and I got back in. Wasn't easy. I mean, it kind of, moved around quite a bit, but kind of stuck with it. And now I'm getting rewarded. So Jay, again, you're thinking more of a swing trader when you're thinking about fundamentals. Okay, you're thinking about and what I call fundamentals. I mean, look, we've got a lot of. Let me just bring up this one. We have a lot of fundamental filters. Okay, I'm going to right click on this alert window. Click on configure. I'm going to click on search category fundamentals. Okay. So do I care about how many are as an intraday trader? Do I care about how many are held by insiders, institutions, how much cash they've got, current assets, current debt, et cetera, interest income, revenue? Do I care? No. All these things don't make any difference at all when you're intraday trading on something that, for whatever reason, is acting abnormally. Could be some stupid little newsletter writer comes out and says, nobody cares about all this when you're intraday trading. Okay. Well, again, if you're, I'm not trying to change your mind or anything. I'm just saying, but the mindset of an intraday trader typically does not give a rip about fundamentals. Okay. If I looked at the fundamentals of most of these things we see here, probably it'd be terrible. But it sounds like you're not an intraday trader. You don't want to trade, and that's fine. If you want to be a swing trader, then fundamentals are probably a little more important to you, depending on how long you want to swing trade. In other words, the length of time you want to hold. Okay, guys. Well, I think that is it for me. Little overtime action, 3:05. So William said he'll keep the room open until 4. I will stick around if there are more questions. I will stick around. Otherwise, I will take off. So I don't see any questions right now. Later on in the day, yeah, I will, in case it does something really crazy and stupid and takes out that high. Yeah, I will. Doesn't seem like it's going to though. The volume is completely tapered off. The volume would have to explode, and it would have to explode and try to take out that high. If it does, you're going to get traders who are going to say, "Whoa, high of the day, IPO." Maybe take a flyer. Man, I wish I were still in the SGH, but I got out. But this is now devastating. Next low looking left is 1920. Okay, that's it. I'm done. So, William, again, we'll keep the room open until at least 4 o'clock. But talk amongst yourselves, post stuff, okay? Ask him questions. Otherwise, he's not going to keep doing this. So this is the link to the main room. Not necessarily, Jay. The price alert just tells me I want to know if it hits that price, okay? And if it does, then I still have to make up my mind if I want to take the trade right there. For instance, what if I put a price alert, at 10 o'clock for some reason, and now it hits, at 3 o'clock? Maybe a lot has happened in the interim. Maybe the market's done something crazy different. Maybe the stock has performed really in a way on which I don't like. So just because I get the price alert later on doesn't absolutely mean I'm going to take the trade. The price alert for me is okay. You wanted to know when this was at this area. Do you still want to take the trade? Okay, guys. I'm thanks again for all the help. I will get live on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down. I put the well, I don't miss the opportunity, Jay. Yeah, I don't miss the opportunity. Putting the price alert, then I don't miss the opportunity because I'm doing a lot of different things and I can't remember, gee, do I want to take this at this price or this another one at another price or look at it. So I don't want to have to stare at a chart, to see if it ever hits a certain price. So yeah, you put your price alert and maybe it never triggers all day. But when it does trigger, I'll know about it. So I don't have to, follow it religiously. That's what the price alerts do for me. Okay, guys, I am now shutting down the other room, the YouTube room. So again, 9 o'clock tomorrow, I'll be live on the mic.